Hello, everyone. Welcome to Jimmy John's Field in Utica for one of the most exciting games of the year, the 2021 All-Star Game, alongside Jason Ross Jr. I'm Jenna Rose. We are so excited for today. We've seen plenty of talent come through the USPBL in years prior, and now it's time to see what the class of 2021 has to offer in today's All-Star Game. It's going to be a classic East Side versus West Side. For the West Side, we're going to see left-hander Greg Lokinen take the mound, but for the East Side, we're going to see lefty Jordan Carr.
A fun way to spend Saturday night, Jen, and it was a fun start to the day for the lefty Jordan Carr. His family came in from the Washington, D.C. area. They all had breakfast together. Jordan told me he got a little French toast in with an extra egg as well, so a fun start for him. And what's been a very fun start to the 2021 season for Jordan Carr on the professional level, he is currently riding a 1.42 ERA throughout the course of 6 appearances so far, 4 starts during the course of that mix. And when you examine Carr's arsenal, something else he told me in our conversation earlier, Jen, said that his goal is to keep hitters off balance, and the curveball in particular, in addition to his slider, so the breaking pitches overall have been very effective. Opponents are hitting just 0.59 off the curveball so far throughout the course of this season. Throws those pitches in tandem with both a 2-seam fastball and a 4-seam fastball. However, he's not a guy that's going to blow you away, but he is very creative and very smart with his pitch sequencing. Carr also said that his goal is to get drafted and ultimately find his way to an affiliate. So far, he's carving out a path that could very well lead to that. And on the side of Greg Lokinen, you could probably say the same about him, Jen.
Yeah, well, you talked about the goals for Carr. One of the major goals for Greg Lokinen stepping into the USPBL is to make sure that the amount of strikeouts that he has overpasses the amount of innings that he's pitched. And so far, Lokinen is on a phenomenal pace for that. Through 18 innings of work, Lokinen has 37 strikeouts, Jason. So he's well on his way to that goal, and it's really no surprise that he gets the nod for the West Side. Has an ERA of 1.5, and opposing batters are just hitting under 100 against him. From the mound, you're typically going to see Lokinen utilize his 4-seamer, his slider, and his changeup. So he's really mixing velocities every time he steps onto the mound. He's changing location, he's changing eye level, so he's definitely going to be a pitcher to beat, given that he's trying to keep opposing batters off balance. So exciting to see both of these two go head-to-head here for the East Side versus West Side matchup. Two lefties. I feel like every time we do these shows, Jason, we're always talking about two right-handers get the nod.
It's a southpaw kind of day.
Yes, it is a southpaw kind of day. And Jason, one of the most exciting things about the 2021 All-Star Game is going to be the home run derby. So give us a quick preview.
Well, you look at our lineup today. We've got some heavy hitters. Greg Vaughn Jr. of the East Side Diamond Hoppers will bat first. Roy Verdejo, to stick on the West Division, will bat. He's a Beaver. Travis McFarland, his teammate, will bat third. Noah Childis will have the 4 spot. Lamar Briggs will bat 5th, and Drew Gassi, the leader in the USPBL in home runs with 8 so far this season, will go last. When you examine this home run derby, it should be fun. I mentioned the 2 unicorns, Gassi and Childis. So far this season, Utica is leading the USPBL in overall homers with 14. 12 of those are off the bats of Gassi and Childis. Now, behind them, you look at a guy like Travis McFarland, who has a lot of power on the Beaver side. He's currently in a 3-way tie for second in the USPBL with homers. You look at him, Lamar Briggs, the Woolly Mammoths, also has 4. McFarland has 4. And also it'll be, as I mentioned, Drew Gassi, who has the 8 homers, which leads the USPBL so far this season in that particular category. So he's the clear-cut favorite in this group. But he's never done this before. It's a new experience for Gassi, as he told some of our staff earlier today. And Roy Verdejo, who I mentioned is going second, told us in our conversation that this is an experience where you have to pace yourself as a batter. You can't just go up there and swing every couple of seconds. Now, we'll dive into the rules in just a sec, but it's all about keeping a good pace, a consistent pace, and keeping a level swing to make that hard contact. Obviously, you want to get over the fence, but a little different in the sense that it's just not the same as going up to bat in a normal game. So now, Jen, the rules for everyone today, and what are we looking at there?
Yeah, so it's going to be really simple for the 6 power bats that we're going to see participate in the derby. They're all going to have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. When the ball leaves the pitcher's hand, if the clock hasn't hit 0 yet, and then, well, it hits 0 as the ball is thrown, then it's still going to count if the ball, of course, is hit as a home run. But we're going to see that for the first round. For the second round, whoever the final four who have the highest amount of home runs will advance, and then after that it's going to be cut down to 2, and they'll have 3 minutes in a little home run showdown. Each round that goes again, they're going to have a clean slate, so 0 home runs heading into all 3 of those. So it's going to be exciting. You know, we talked a little bit off camera about who our favorites are. I mean, Gassi is the clear-cut favorite, 8 home runs so far this season, had a slugging percentage of .957 heading into last night's game. But I'm really hoping to see Lamar Briggs have a breakout session here in the home run derby. He's really been working on generating power with his lower half, and we've seen that really come into play from that off-season work here in the USPBL. So Briggs is definitely one to look out for. And Jason, you're looking for Childis.
Childis is probably my favorite. I spoke to Noah yesterday, and he told me he's actually taken Drew Gassi to win this one. Those two have motivated each other quite a bit. I mentioned the 12 homers between the two of them so far this season on that Utica roster, but I think I might go with Noah Childis. When the ball leaves his bat, it seemingly always just pops and jumps right off the bat. So when he hits the sweet spot, which I think he might do quite a few times today, he could turn out to be the winner. Now, when we examine the lineups for this USPBL 2021 All-Star Game, the west side is the away team, so Adrian Guzman will lead things off, and he'll be playing shortstop as he usually is. Trenton Bauer will play in left field, one of the lefties in the lineup today. He'll bat second. Lamar Briggs will play in center field and bat third. Travis McFarland will play at first base and bat fourth. And it'll be Smith batting fifth and playing third base. Jalen Smith of the Woolly Mammoths. Nick Caruso, also of the Mammoths, will bat sixth and do the catching. DHing today will be Christian LeBoy batting seventh. Roy Verdejo will play in right field and bat eighth, while Norberto Navarro rounds out the west lineup and playing at second base.
All right, switching over to the east side, Ben McConnell is the leadoff. He'll be playing in right field. Following him in the 2 spot is designated hitter Frankie Luska. Batting third will be Greg Vaughn Jr. out in left field. In center field, batting cleanup is going to be Drew Gassi, followed by that powerful 4-5 tandem that we've seen for the Utica Unicorns is going to be Noah Childis at first base. Batting sixth is going to be Pedro Castellano playing second base. At shortstop, batting seventh is going to be Donovan Curiel. Batting eighth is going to be Adam De La Cruz at third base. And rounding up this lineup is going to be Jordan Finney, who is going to be catching. So we are so excited for the 2021 All-Star Game. If you can't join us here on the network, come join us here at Jimmy John's Field. It's going to be an exciting one. Beautiful weather here today, so we'll see you in a bit.
Don't stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. I'm a shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, there's no stopping me. No stopping.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Your neighbors are going to be jealous when they see you're getting a new Connecticut water system. Say goodbye to hard water problems. No more spots on your glassware. Your laundry will feel and smell better. Your hair and skin will look and feel better. Say goodbye to hard water problems and say hello to great tasting crystal clear water with CGC Water.
The USPBL Home Run Derby and All-Star Game is brought to you by Rawlings. AAA, Ascension, Balfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, DTE Energy, Fifth Third Bank, Jimmy John's, Macomb Community College, McLaren Macomb, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, Valpak, and UWM. We thank all those fine partners for bringing you this exciting action here today. A bit of a different feel. Jeremy Otto alongside Jason Ross Jr. to bring the call here today. Jenna Rose and Chelsea Estes will chime in throughout the broadcast as well, but always kind of a fun atmosphere surrounding a day like this.
Hopefully fireworks the day after the actual fireworks, Jeremy. This should be a really fun evening of baseball. Some of the best talent in the USPBL on display in both the Home Run Derby and the game later tonight. Just searching social media and whatnot, chatting with the players beforehand. There is a vibe of anticipation around the grounds today, both among fans and players. So super excited for what's to come here in the 2021 USPBL All-Star Game.
There's Lamar, Briggs, Roy Verdejo, and Travis McFarland, three of your participants here today. And here is your order of players going through this Home Run Derby. In no particular order according to what they may do per se, but Greg Vaughn Jr. will start things off, one of the only representatives from the Diamond Hoppers. There he is, kind of asking for some pine tar on his bat. Roy Verdejo will hit second. Travis McFarland will hit third. Noah Childis fourth. Lamar Briggs fifth. And Drew Gassi will round things out. And that could certainly lead to some, quote, fireworks at the end of round number one. So 3 rounds overall. The top 4 home run hitters from round 1 will move on to round 2. So it is not split up by East and West this year. And then the top 2 home run hitters, kind of simply, from round 2 will move on to the championship round. And something to remember that's important, unlike some other home run derbies you may have watched in the past, they are not cumulative from round 1 and round 2. So they will start over in round 1, round 2, and round 3 to see who wins and moves on in each. The coach or player, whoever the representative throwing the baseball, has to make sure that the home run is determined. That doesn't necessarily mean that it lands, kind of like they've done in the past in Major League Baseball. If it's a clear home run, they have people out there with a flag. They will wave the flag or the bat. I think it's actually a wiffle ball bat that's going to signal that it is a home run and the next pitch can be thrown. So that's important to know. Obviously, with the limited time you have, that's important as well. Length of round 1 and round 2, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The championship round will last a total of 3 minutes as well. And each player will get a 30-second timeout just to kind of take a breather because, unlike a 10-out home run derby, this thing can kind of be a sprint and you can get ahead of yourselves pretty quickly. So that's an important timeout. Most guys kind of use it in the middle or on the end when they start to feel tired. And those are most of your rules. We'll try to pepper those in throughout today's home because I know that was a lot. There are some rules for ties as well and some interesting rules this year in terms of the farthest ball hit. If there's a tie in round 1 and 2, that's how it will be determined. Whoever hits the furthest ball will move on in that particular round. And then if there's a tie in the championship round, there will be a 5-pitch swing off. And if they're still tied after that, the furthest ball hit by them in that game will be the winner. There's the wind. It's not really aiding anything today. You got to probably be a little disappointed if you're these hitters here today because there's been some barreling winds certainly this year, but this week it's been pretty calm.
It has been nice and steady out, and that flag has been blowing to right center field so far this season. It's like a jet stream out there, but I don't think these guys will need too much help from the wind, just their natural power, strength. Lamar Briggs, who's just been announced there, a guy who worked a lot on his lower body, and perhaps one of the, I guess you call him a sneaky favorite. Jenna took him in the pregame show, Jeremy, just based off that excellent stretch in late June leading into early July, but there are some names here that could be interesting to watch. Do you happen to have a pick? I went Childis on the pregame show. Not to put you on the spot or anything.
I'm going to go with the softball, Drew Gassi.
Okay, there we go. The clear-cut favorite in Drew
Yes.
Gassi, USPBL leading 8 home runs.
But I think a guy that's going to be interesting and somebody who's, kind of under the radar, if he gets going, Roy Verdejo could certainly be a guy. I mean, he only hit 2 home runs so far, and we talked about that yesterday, 2 home runs in the same game where the Beavers hit 5, tied for a USPBL record for a single game by one team. But I think he's the guy who had 29 career home runs in college, 19 this year at Masters, 3 multi-home run games this season as well. Check out Roy Verdejo and what he can do here tonight. And it looks like we're about ready to start. Remind you can chime in with us on YouTube, and if there's anybody trying to watch us on Facebook or Twitch, maybe text them that we are only on YouTube for now, trying to work out our bandwidth difficulties there. Parker really likes the Mammoths jerseys. He says they're fire on the YouTube chat. Miss Elsie says she likes the Unicorns gray jerseys. It looks like we'll get just a few warm-up pitches for Adam De La Cruz. He will throw to Greg Vaughn Jr., 2 kind of veteran guys here in the USPBL this year. De La Cruz participating in his 3rd season, kind of taking on that coaching role. It's got to be kind of a nervous thing for pitchers, and I think ever since the Derby format converted to time, it's got to be even more nerve-wracking because you can't take 10 pitches in a row. Otherwise, you're going to be in trouble.
Oh, yeah. The pacing of today in general is one of the hot topics when we talked to guys competing. It's about keeping a consistent, steady pace because you don't want to gas yourself out too early, as most of the guys told us.
Greg Vaughn Jr. still looking for his first. 2:15 left in his first round. 2:30 again is the total time here in the Home Run Derby in round 1. There's a fly ball to deep left. Ooh, just not going to sneak out of here as it lands at the warning track. A $154 left. That's another high skying ball going to hang up there once again. So he's getting closer and closer. That one bombed towards the scoreboard and just at the base of the wall. He's going to pull this one. Why not? Just to the right of the foul pole here, and it just hooks fair. So number 1 for Greg Vaughn Jr.
First time there we've seen a ball go to right center. He's got a nice advanced approach to right center. That's something we've said about Greg Vaughn Jr. so far this year, as that one goes deep.
Yeah, line drive into the bunch over there, looking for 2 in a row quickly to the other side. Bingo! He's got 3 now.
Picking up the pace a little bit.
Just over a minute left in his round. Kind of intimidating maybe to go first as well on these things, but probably intimidating a bit to go last.
Yeah, we got the favorite in Drew Gassi going last.
He's going to take his break here. Jason Aponte giving him the Gatorade. Another fellow all-star that will be playing in the game later here today.
Jeremy, that's a dangerous East Division lineup when you think about some of the names come together later. Greg Vaughn Jr., Noah Childis, Drew Gassi. Those guys will all be in the same lineup tonight.
Frankie Luska batting second as well. Aponte will be a reserve. It's Hodo, Lopez Rios, Amberette, and Aponte, the reserves this year for the Hoppers. 48 seconds left in round 1 here for Greg Vaughn Jr. He's the first batter as that one bangs off the scoreboard. He hit himself out there. His mug shot.
A little friendly fire.
This one raining the opposite way, just not enough. 31 seconds left. 4 home runs for Greg Vaughn Jr. as he sends a high fly ball, and that's all it's going to be as it lands just in from the warning track there. 18 seconds to go. outside. Greg Vaughn Jr. still stuck on 4 home runs. Going to pull this one close to the foul pole. And wow, taking atop the Chevrolet Pavilion out there. They will call that fair. It's his 5th home run. 2 seconds left. A high one is going to question its way over the wall and gone. And actually, maybe they did not call that one to left fair. It looks like they had it on the scoreboard and then they took it off. So 5 is the final number here for Greg Vaughn Jr. Now down to Chelsea Estes. She's with Greg.
All right, Greg Vaughn Jr. kicked off the 2021 Home Run Derby. No pressure or anything, but you ended up with 4, I'm pretty sure. So what was your strategy out there? Oh, 5. Whoa, cannot cut one short, so 5. What was your strategy out there?
I was just trying to hit the ball hard. I'm not really a home run hitter, so I was just trying to get some backspin. I think I hit it a little too high, though.
I mean, I think some are over in the river. That was a pretty good, and the Gatorade obviously helps. Nice job. Hopefully we'll see you in round 2. Good job. Johnny.
Thanks, Chelsea. Tossing it back to the public address announcer, Johnny G, here today. Roy Verdejo will be next. Interesting note about Greg Vaughn Sr. He obviously hit all those bombs in the major leagues. 355 home runs in total. Had 50 home runs in a season for San Diego back in 1998. In 96, he was in the home run derby. He did not hit any, but it was later found out that he had food poisoning, which kept him out of the All-Star game. So that's got to bite in 2 ways. I mean, you know, you're a big home run hitter. You hit nearly 400 home runs in your career. You know, get food poisoning at the wrong time.
Double whammy. Well, speaking of food and pregame drinks, Verdejo's got quite the strategy. He's been going to the energy drinks lately, Jeremy, and to him about that. And he spoke to our sideline reporter, Jenna Rose, about that last week. Told me that the Bang, as Jenna has today, he's usually going cotton candy flavor. Roy is on the strawberry side.
There you go.
It gets him juiced up for competitions just like this.
He has a minute 51 left in a 2:30 first round. 2:30, and then 3 minutes in the final round. There's number 1 as it flies over. Looking for number 2 quickly. Hugging the foul pole, and that one is stamped over the Chevrolet Pavilion and way gone. 2 home runs for Elijah Salaya. 5 for Greg Vaughn Jr. in that first round.
Both home runs for Verdejo so far this season have come to left field. Both came in the same game, that 5-homer explosion for the Beavers earlier this year. So he's got a nice, relaxed swing to left, Jeremy. He told us yesterday that he needs to just stay relaxed at a nice line drive.
There's a whole lot of kids waiting out in left field here. Some of the fans, I'm sure, that have shown up and picked a good spot. And Verdejo wants his timeout. 58 seconds left in his first round, so just over the halfway point. 2 home runs for Roy. Greg Vaughn Jr. had 5, and here comes Coleman to give him the refreshments.
This is there's the Gatorade he told us about, by the way. He said there is a plethora of different drinks today that he'll be digesting. Not just the Bang, different colors of Gatorade, but I was going to know, this is the timeout that most guys are hoping they would get to have this breather. And now he settles back in.
It's Elijah Salaya throwing to him. We've seen 2 players throw to their teammates here so far. That one should go to left, and it's way into all those fans out there. That's number 3 for Roy Verdejo now. 2 more to get to Greg Vaughn Jr. 6 total players in this home run derby. That one to left center. It will just have enough as it scrapes off the top of the wall. This one a bit more of a no-doubter just to the, oh no, I beg your pardon, that one just shy. The way he looked at it. I thought that one may reach out. Our vantage point is lower than most press boxes in baseball, so we generally, at least I do, at least in games, will watch the outfielders to see exactly where balls are going. That one, you can watch it fly as that again rains over the top marker of the fence. 5 and time has expired. So he will tie himself with Greg Vaughn Jr. Both have 5 through the allotted 2 minutes and 30 seconds in this one. 3 more than he's had in game play so far this year. Here's Chelsea again.
So you and Greg are tied right now. So my biggest question is, how is a home run in the home run derby different than hitting a home run during a game?
It's not much. It's more. It's a great feeling, out and everything.
You had some words of encouragement from your teammates. All right, you were both tied, so it's anyone's games went on to round 2. So good luck.
Good stuff. McFarland is next. He's going to have Keyshawn Lynch, his Beaver teammate, throw to him. McFarland has done this before. 2 home run derbies in his life. One, actually both, at the Power Showcase at Marlins Park. One in high school, one in college. His sophomore year in college. He hit 8 in his last one. 2 minutes and 19 seconds left in the first round. 5 each for Greg Vaughn Jr. and Roy Verdejo thus far. As that one's going to just pop itself into the outfield. McFarland trying to get into a groove. 2 minutes and 2 seconds left.
McFarland had an interesting comment to us, Jeremy, yesterday. Said that oftentimes hitting home runs, it's an accident. You're aiming more so for the line drive, hard contact, as we've heard guys talk about, but nothing quite like that feeling of the ball leaving off the bat, knowing that you're going yard. And McFarland has certainly had that quite a few times throughout his career. 13 homers a year ago in college at Clark University. He can spray it.
This one yanked and just over the stretched yellow pad for his first home run. 1:15 left. Probably will take that timeout soon. It's a 30-second timeout allotted to everyone in each round. Didn't like that one from Keyshawn Lynch as he lets it go. Now down to a minute, and he will burn the timeout now.
We saw Roy Verdejo get into a bit of a groove after kind of getting used to things. McFarland, as you mentioned, has done this before. Still obviously a minute left, which is an ample amount of time for him to try to claw his way back here.
And he's a guy, interestingly enough, that doesn't like to take batting practice on the field. He's a big Shohei Ohtani fan, and he's kind of the same way, which is interesting because you think of the home run derby and you just think of guys, that can just put on a laser show, and you like to watch them in batting practice. He's not really a fan of doing that on the field, though. Just likes to take it in the cage as he has hit his second home run out the foul pole there in left field. 52 seconds left in his first round. He's the third guy to go. We're halfway through after he's done. That's just going to fall just shy of the warning track. 41 seconds, looking for another line drive here, hooking just to the left of the foul pole. The top 4 hitters of 6 will advance to the next round. So right now, Greg Vaughn Jr. and his counterpart Roy Verdejo are the 2 favorites. If McFarland can't catch up big time in the next 17 seconds, he's stuck on 2 here.
McFarland described himself as more of a cage guy, as you talked about, Jeremy. Said he wanted to pace himself in this, but obviously have to speed things up a little now.
Little line drive, 2 seconds left, and that will likely be it as one last ball is thrown. I don't think it's going to count, though, as it's shy anyway. So 2 for Travis McFarland. We are halfway done in round 1 in the 2 minutes and 30-second rounds. And now to Chelsea.
So how did you decide to have Keyshawn throw you, BP?
He's my favorite teammate on my team, so I vibe with him.
Wow, favorite teammate. That's a good reputation to have. All right, nice job.
Thanks, Chelsea. Noah Childis will be next. Lamar Briggs after that, and then Drew Gassi, who's everybody kind of is holding their breath to see here today. Obviously teammates with Noah Childis, two guys pacing the Unicorns in home runs. Childis will have Curiel throw to him, the fine, sure-handed shortstop.
Pretty accurate arm, I was going to say.
Ouch, that one just below the top of the fence. 4 home runs this year for Noah Childis. He hit 13 of them this year in college in the NAI at Lourdes University, leading the Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference in home runs. 2 minutes still left. He's looking for his first.
This is my pick, Jeremy, from the pregame, and
you were getting a little nervous before that.
I'm sticking with it, though, off the top of the Chevrolet Pavilion. Just an athletic guy in the box, played football, basketball, baseball growing up. Baseball was the #1 love, and he doesn't describe himself as a home run hitter, but more so a guy who just wants to, again, make contact. Usually it's pretty hard contact, but had the 4 home runs early on, which is tied in a 3-way tie right now for second place with Briggs and McFarland for second place behind Gassi, who has 8 on the season so far.
He's going to burn his timeout here. 1:16 left, 1 home run, a couple balls just falling shy or hitting the wall for Noah Childis thus far.
The 2 Unicorn perhaps favorites, they're both first-timers, which is interesting. Said, trying not to gas out. It's my first time doing this. Gassi is he's obviously torn it up all year long, but it'll be interesting to see how he handles things as well. Childis on a similar pace to McFarland right now.
So 5 for Greg Vaughn Jr., 5 for Celaya, 2 for Travis McFarland. Childis puts a charge into that one. It should have enough, you bet. Into the monster mob of fans out there looking to get some home run balls here today. 1:01 left in this one. Line drive, shading towards the pole, and it's going to hook foul. 2 home runs here for Noah.
Picking up the pace a bit during BP, as it's number 3. It's usually a laser left field. We talked about McFarland being more of a cage guy. Childis can hit some bombs to left.
This one to left center. Gonna hang up there and finally carry its way out. I guess the only thing you don't like about that is it took some extra time to make sure it was a home run. 25 seconds left here. That one caught at the warning track. This one is going to be a pop out to left. 18 seconds to go. 4 home runs for Noah Childis. You really want to get to 5 considering that 2 already have it here. That one yanked to left, and he has 5 emphatically. 4 seconds to go. Maybe one more pitch if they hurry. That line drive is not going to carry, and that one might not count as it's going to fall short anyway, it looks like. Noah Childis has 5 home runs as well. Down to Chelsea.
Johnny said there's a 3-way tie, so maybe if you get to move on to round 2, is there anything that you're going to have to do differently?
Hit the ball harder. I don't know. Get it out there.
Hit the ball harder. Maybe have some teammates give you some Gatorade for some extra fuel, right?
Yep.
All right, guys, get on that. Johnny.
Well, Lamar Briggs, this is sort of a dark horse, maybe entering the season, but lately he's one to watch now.
Yeah, you mentioned entering the season felt like a dark horse to be where he is right now, which is in that 3-way tie for second place in homers with 4. Now, kind of re-entering his horse role in this home run derby because he's a guy, as we found out in our conversation yesterday, Jeremy, just really isn't accustomed to the flurry of bombs that he hit in the latter stages of June, early July. But worked on it a lot in the offseason, lower body, which is where your power comes from in the swing, and it's paid dividends so far.
John Dombrowski is co-manager, throwing to him. You can see his other manager just in the middle of the L screen there, Taylor Jellikowski. He competed in this USPBL Home Run Derby shortly before being signed by the Minnesota Twins. 1:56 left in this 2-minute and 30 round. Here in the first round, we have seen 5 athletes now compete. Greg Vaughn Jr. with 5, Verdejo, beg your pardon, with 5. McFarland at 5 as well by Noah Childis. That one just hooked on the line. 1:32 left. We might see Briggs use his first timeout. Still has not collected a home run. 4 home runs this season. None last year. Just hit 3 career at Jackson State. 4 years in college. 1:14 to go. That one falls shy again. Still 0 home runs for Briggs. And he's going to burn his timeout with $1.07 left. John Hodo giving him some Gatorade along with John Dombrowski here. So the home run derby first here in the USPBL. All-Star game second will be happening around a half hour after the conclusion of this home run derby. They've slotted around an hour, the derby, if everything goes on time. 2-minute and 30 round in round 2, and then a 3-minute round in the championship. Again, the top 4 hitters advance. That might be number 1 for Lamar Briggs. It's going to carry the gap in left center field and get out of here. Here's maybe number 2. Fly ball into and out of the little fan seating section out there. 43 seconds left. He has 2. Would like to ideally at least get to 3 so he surpasses McFarland here.
We've seen a couple of guys get into rhythms. That's what Verdejo did in the final minute. Same story with Noah Childis.
This one popped up shy there. 3 home runs for Lamar Briggs. 11 seconds to go. There's one about as high as a light tower out there, and it's going to knock just below the board. That's a big number 4 for Lamar now. Looking for a line drive to left. Won't scoot out, and the clock has hit 0. So Lamar Briggs getting in a little bit of a roll there as the round ended. Let's see what he has to say with Chelsea.
Who got cheering you on today?
It's on my family. Yeah, my family's here.
Oh, that's the best kind of fan club. I love it. But, you know, in the first round before you took your break, it was a little slow, but you got quite the team huddle here. So what did they tell you to ramp things up a bit?
Hit the ball over the fence.
I mean, right? That's all we need. Yeah. All right, nice job.
Well, there you go. Simple advice. It worked.
Yeah, good to see a smile on Lamar Briggs' face as well as Gassi steps up here. In the 2-homer game that Briggs had earlier this season, he hit an absolute laser down the left field line and over the fence with his mom watching. So cool to see them in person.
So right now, if things ended, Vaughn Jr., Verdejo, Noah Childis, and Lamar Briggs would advance the top 4. I have a feeling that that won't stay the same, but you never know. Even some of the best home run hitters always don't have success in something like this. But Drew Gassi, we're pretty confident that he's going to hit maybe a few more than 4, but we'll see. He's got 2 minutes and 30 seconds to do it. He's the last participant here in the first round. He's hit 8 bombs this year, and we mean some bombs. He's carried the berm a couple times. As you see, all the fans shifting over to the hill over there. Look at them all run.
Well, he can go to the opposite field as well, Jeremy. I wouldn't totally depart the Chevrolet Pavilion in left field.
Looking to go to dead center there, didn't work. This one might carry towards the Michigan Schools and Government stage. It does. At the base of it, I think some fans were surprised to see that one lift its way out.
Would have been dangerous on Classic Rock Night.
That's true. That one's shy again, just at the base of the warning track. Drew Gassi trying to get in a rhythm. 51 left. He's hit 1. Needs at least 4 to move on to the next round. And then they would look at tiebreakers if he only got 4. A minute 34, still has that 30-second timeout to burn. Might see him take it at some point here. That one rides just shy. A minute 20 left here in round 1 for Drew Gassi.
Takes his time out. And I think a quote that stands out to me from Gassi this season is that he said, what I've changed is I'm not just going for home runs. I'm going for the hard line drives to the batter eye. Said before this season he'd always try to be the big home run hitter, but felt that was failing more often than not. Kind of switched around his mindset this year and has seen the huge jumps translate over to, kind of ironically, 8 home runs and sky-high batting average, sky-high slugging percentage, leading the USPBL in that category. Dropped a little bit last night with the 3 strikeout game, but Jen and I were saying earlier today, it feels like he's due for a hit after a relatively quiet night on Friday.
That's a high one to right center field and not enough gusto to get out. This one looks a bit more promising. Looking for number 2, not quite. A minute 2 left to play here in round number 1. Drew Gassi, the last participant. That could make its way towards the edge of the berm, and it does. There's number 48 seconds left. Drew Gassi needs at least 4 to tie himself with Lamar Briggs. 39 seconds left to hit a couple more. That one hugging the foul pole and just skipping short. That's going to be well shy as well. 26 seconds. This is going to be surprising to see Drew Gassi not potentially advance. That is a moonshot. It'll be counted before it lands just because they know it goes out. 11 seconds left. Has to get one more to stay alive. That might be it. It might stay short. Will it reach? Not quite. 2 seconds. This is his last swing. And can't quite get it. So he ends up with 4 here today. Here's Chelsea again.
Got a grand total of 3. A little harder than it looks, huh?
Yeah, it's real hard. Like I said, during games, I just go for hardline drives. Trying to get the ball elevated is it's a different game.
Well, that's okay. You already have the best smile in the league, so that already makes up for it, right? So there you go.
Well, there you go, Drew Gassi. I believe he finished with 3. There was 4 on the scoreboard in the end, but I think it was 3. We'll have to double check that when we get back here on the USPBL Network. Round 2 coming up.
Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello. Insurance. Get a quote and save up to 20%.
Welcome back to Jimmy J. Field. So there's still a bit of confusion, at least up here, if Drew Gassi had 3 or 4. So Lamar Briggs, Noah Childis, Roy Verdejo, and Greg Vaughn Jr. will advance. We're getting that real time from the public address announcer Johnny G here today. So, in fact, that was not 4. It was one that was close right at the warning track that was hard to see from up here whether it went out or not. So I think that kind of created the confusion. So it's McFarland and Gassi who are eliminated.
Well, the surprise, I think the elephant in the room here out of that first round was not having Gassi advance to round 2. But again, it was his first time doing this and how guys will settle in, perhaps get off to faster starts in round 2. We saw multiple players kind of down the final minute kick it in gear.
It's another 2-minute and 30-second round here in round 2. That one falls just shy. Second one, he uncorks a line drive to center. And again, hops at the warning track there. That's going to be a pop-up. Lamar Briggs, your West Side woolly mammoth, represented here in the All-Star game. There's a line drive that flies out. Number 1. Lamar Briggs had 4 in the first round. It was kind of his timeout that elevated him to new heights, and that one is, speaking of new heights, pretty high. Curving close to the foul pole and just foul, they indicate in the outfield. The officials out there, that one will float its way out. He's got 2, 1:32 still left here in round number 2. So this is already kind of a quicker pace than he started in round 1.
Definitely moving in more of a rhythmic fashion now. I mean, making adjustments as you do second time, third time through the order in a real game. Now getting used to this scenario.
That's a nice one, just to left center field. Just barely squeaking over the wall. He has 3 home runs, 1:02 seconds left.
Plenty of time. Make it 4.
And he's going to take his timeout with 57 seconds left. This is probably the best pace we've seen by anybody so far. 5 was the most in the first round between Greg Vaughn Jr. and Roy Verdejo. And again, there are no cumulative home runs in this home run derby, a 3-round derby. And each time you will start over. John Dombrowski, his co-manager, giving him some props there. See John throw BP quite often before games. Paul Nochi does as well in the managers group. It'll be Taylor Jellikowski, John's co-manager, managing in the All-Star game as well. This one is just going to squeak its way over. That's number 5 for Lamar Briggs now. This to the scoreboard, he hit one just over. That one will fall shy. 31 seconds left. Gonna float short to the center of center field. Line drive and high just to the right of the Chevrolet Pavilion into the mass of humanity out there. Looking to send a second one right back to him. And just shy of the wall out in left center. 6 seconds to go for Lamar Briggs. He has 6, the most anyone has hit so far, for a total of 11. And that one will make a bid, but just bang off the wall as the clock strikes 0. 6 for Lamar Briggs. Let's see what he has to say.
All right, Lamar, you hit more in the second round than the first round. Are you even tired?
A little bit.
No, it didn't even look like it out there. All right, from Coach over here, he wanted to ask, what's it like, hitting BP in your Flintstone outfit?
Oh, it's cool. It's a little different than what people get to see on a regular basis, so it's adding a little bit of fun and excitement to the environment.
Outfit, uniform, same thing, right? You're still looking good. All right, good job.
That's Chelsea Estes down with Lamar Briggs, and your pick, Noah Childis, up again.
Yeah, and we can't help but mention that Jenna's pick, Lamar Briggs, now on top. So G in the lead when it comes to picks thus far. Here's my guy, Noah Childis.
What does the winner get?
We don't know. I was contemplating some sort of bet. Jenna's making the symbols in the background relating to money potentially, but I don't know. I mean, it's legal now, but Noah
Childis looking to get things going. He had 5 in the first round. Clock down to 2:07 here. It'll be a 3-minute round for whoever makes the championship. Line drive, just shy. Right at the base of the Hollywood Market sign out there. High, but probably doesn't have enough. Carrying a bit. And no, it doesn't. It falls just shy of the warning track out there. 1:39 left. Top 2 will advance to the championship. So Lamar Briggs makes a pretty good bid here in the second round. That one hugs the foul pole, and bingo, it's gone.
Remember, Briggs was at about 5 at the minute mark. So, yeah, Childis not off to quite the pace that Briggs started with, but another guy who really turned up the heat in the final minute after his break.
That one just squeaks out. This one has a chance as well. Yes! 3 home runs for Noah Childis all of a sudden. Looking to punch number 4 off a line. He doesn't. Ouch. Just below the yellow line. This one going to be close as well. Got it. So 3 for Noah Childis. Make it 4. 39 seconds to go here, and he's going to burn a timeout. Probably a smart one here as he starts to ramp things up, Jason.
Yeah, regain some gas in the lower body in the final 40 seconds. Kind of the latest we've seen someone take a timeout so far, which is interesting, but started to find a groove there over those past few seconds. So maybe he could find a way to either match or surpass Briggs here, and I could take the lead potentially in our bet, which I'm not sure what is, but it could happen.
Can you really have a bet if the line isn't, or the prize isn't
what
determined
was the line
before
coming in?
Childis watched a lot of Mike Hessman, who played a ton of games down at AAA Toledo, the all-time minor league home run leader. That's number 5 for Childis as it just squeaks over. This one hugs the line and finds its way down. So 5 for Childis, 6 for Lamar Briggs. 16 seconds left. That one should cure the wall with some gusto, and it does. And this one is a moonshot, one of the best we've seen so far here today. Over the Chevrolet Pavilion and gone. Looking to get in a groove late. 2 seconds left. This is the last swing as he punches it way gone again to left. How about it? Noah Childis with a slow start. Here's how he did it with Chelsea.
Lucky number 8. That puts you ahead of Lamar. So what does it mean to be a part of this home run derby for your very first time here at USPBL?
Oh, it means a lot. To come out after the college season, play well, and just get to hit home runs. So.
Well, hopefully we see you in the next round. Nice job.
Well, out of breath. I am kind of too. This thing is fast-paced.
Deservedly so. That was a flurry of a finish, Jeremy. I mean, he was racing down the stretch. Remember, took that timeout at 39 seconds and had 4. And then just found a rhythm, obviously sped it up. But perhaps that's the strategy now, a later timeout after it wasn't that fast of a start either in comparison to Briggs as Verdejo steps up.
And Roy Verdejo, the second to go in that first round. He was able to collect 5. Able to get himself into a pretty good groove. He's also participated in one of these before, actually 2 in his professional career, or 2 in his baseball career just in general. First of his professional career. That one falls shy. A minute 58 still left. That line drive should sneak its way out, and it does for Roy Verdejo.
Everything was to left fields in round 1. It's such a relaxed, kind of aesthetically pleasing swing to watch.
Yeah, something that Ed Campanella, his manager, really liked when he saw while he was scouting Roy playing for the Masters University in college in the NAIA. That one just finds its way over the left field wall. That one more of a line drive to the right of the fan there. Gets out as well. There's 3 for Roy Verdejo. Kind of that sneaky power, not the biggest guy in stature, but he can jack him just like that. 4 for Roy Verdejo, still a minute 7 to go. Man, he might not need this timeout or want it.
That's an interesting thought of strategy as well. Do you take your timeout if you're really in a groove? And now he does. Didn't
like maybe a few pitches there from Celaya, so giving both a break. Coleman will deliver the Gatorade out to Celaya. Shoemaker here to Verdejo. 58 seconds left in the second round. We've seen 2 guys come up already. Childis, the best performance we've seen so far here today. He had 8. Lamar Briggs with 6. Roy Verdejo with 4. Greg Vaughn Jr. will be the last we see here in round 2. One comes back near the stands, 45 seconds left. Another line drive. Most of his home runs here in round 2 have been just like that. Not one of the best. This one going to hang up a bit more to the gap, but fall shy. 30 seconds left in round 2 for Roy Verdejo. Towards the scoreboard it flies, but caught out there. Stuck on 5 home runs, 17 seconds.
This is where Childis put his foot on the gas pedal.
This is a big home run if he can get it. He does! Another line drive opportunity just finds its way over. 7 now for Roy Verdejo. And 7 was huge because he surpasses Lamar Briggs. So Briggs, even with his 6, is now eliminated. Here's Chelsea again.
It is close. You did really good. Okay, so what was the bang flavor that they brought over to give you that little extra jolt of energy?
It was cotton candy.
I mean, that's all that you needed. All right, nice job. Hopefully we can see you in the next round. Maybe. Good job.
We sure might.
Jeremy, same flavor of drink that Jenna went with today, cotton candy. So those conversations paid off by the batting cages. I feel like in some way we contributed to what just happened.
We take whatever advantage we can get, right?
Exactly. I'll have to start taking that advice from Verdejo on the cotton candy drinks. I know he went strawberry for round 1.
So Drew Gassi has been eliminated. That was back in round 1. Lamar Briggs has now been eliminated. So it's Childis, Verdejo right now into the next round. Greg Vaughn Jr. trying to have a say about that. That one sneaks back into the fans as they have a little fun with that. Not too often you'll see that in a home run derby. Greg Vaughn Jr. working quick. 2 minutes left. Carrying that one towards the scoreboard, and it bangs off the scoreboard pole out there for his first. Hit 5 in round 1. It was a kind of a sneaky 5 late in the round. A couple fly balls in a row will fall short here. 1:41, that one should go. And it sure will. 2 for Greg Vaughn Jr. Now direct pull, got it. Well, he's a guy, when he pulls the baseball and hits it on a line drive, can be fun to watch. There's another one, gonna maybe carry the Chevrolet Pavilion and splashes off the top. So 4 for Greg Vaughn Jr., 1:12 left. This one high in the air, maybe his highest, but hooked way foul in the end. And he wants his timeout.
Wow.
As that one falls short with 1:03 left.
Jeremy, I mean, when we've watched games throughout the season, one of the prominent themes we talk about is, well, at any level of baseball, typically for a starting pitcher, the opposing batting average goes up second, third time, fourth time through the order. Here, it's so interesting to watch the adjustments when it comes to not only the pace at which they're hitting, but when they're taking their timeouts. The intensity certainly ramping up a little bit. You can feel it. It's been fun to watch that element of now in the second round. It definitely feels a little more competitive overall.
Childress with 8. Greg Vaughn Jr. needs to get to 7 to at least come to a tie. That one off the tents of the Chevrolet Pavilion out in left. 6 for Greg Vaughn Jr. Needs one more to tie himself with Roy Verdejo. And I'm not exactly sure what they would do with the tiebreaker because the metrics aren't exactly working the way they'd like them to today in terms of measuring these home runs. They were originally going to go with the length as the tiebreaker. You might not need it, though. He has 7 now. 32 seconds left. Make it 8! He's punched his way to the championship round. This one for style points, maybe his longest so far. Greg Vaughn Jr. just keeps on going. 9. He's to double digits as that one will splash into the fans out there. Here's another with still 12 seconds to go. Greg Vaughn Jr., the absolute sleeper, is heading to the championship round. 4 seconds left. And another one, it's 11 for Greg Vaughn Jr. He's got to save some of these, Jason.
Remember, Jeremy, when after his first round he described himself as not a home run hitter? But, well, he's proven himself wrong in round 2.
12. My goodness. Let's see what he has to say.
Big things is right. Double digits. First one to really get to double digits, so 12. I mean, what was different from round 1 to round 2?
I think just getting my rhythm. Me and Adam were locked in, so it took care of itself.
You were locked in, but I think the biggest one was Adrian getting his arm massaged. I think that was the key. So you didn't get massaged. Adrian needed it. All right, well, nice job.
So it will be Greg Vaughn Jr. moving on to round 2 against Noah Childis. Should be a fun championship round set for 3 minutes. We'll have that when we get back here on the USPBL Network.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Only at your Chevrolet certified service dealer do you get tires engineered specifically for your vehicle and a price match guarantee.
With our tire price match guarantee, if you find a better price within 30 days of purchase, we'll refund the difference. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Your neighbors are going to be jealous when they see you're getting a new Connecticut water system. Say goodbye to hard water problems. No more spots on your glassware. Your laundry will feel and smell better. Your hair and skin will look and feel better. Say goodbye to hard water problems and say hello to great tasting crystal clear water with CTC
To the championship round we go here. A couple balls hit by Noah Childis, but none out thus far. He had a nice late run, just like Greg Vaughn Jr. did. 8 in round 2 for Childis, 5 in round 1. 5 in round 1 for Greg Vaughn Jr., and he punts 12 out of the yard, mostly to left field. A couple in this area where that one will squeak out for Noah Childis. So he has 1 now in round 3.
Noah, much like Greg in round 2, really started to crank up the heat in the final 20 seconds or so. As Greg mentioned, found a rhythm with Adam.
That one deep to left. Just squeak it over. Sometimes those hurt you more than they help you sometimes just because how much time they take to make sure they're a home run. 3, maybe 4 if this one tags its way over. It does. Getting into a really nice groove to left center field here. That should be 5. Just over. 6 makes its way over to the left center field gap. Progressively working his way to the scoreboard now.
Difficult follow-up back to what Vaughn Jr. did in round 2, but living up to it so far. If he can double this.
Takes a timeout here. He has 6, a minute 19 left to go in a longer round, 3 minutes. And in a way, the 3 minutes is a sigh of relief, but in a way it's not because you have to be out there longer, right? And you don't know what you're going to expect. You're being the first man out with what the next guy is going to do.
Right, and now how do you adjust when it comes to timeout, pace, adding on a minute? Feels like a different dimension to Childis certainly off to an excellent start with 6 homers. I think he paced himself a bit more than round 2. But we'll see how this goes post-timeout now.
A minute 16 left. Line drive, that's going to hook foul. It was good on the distance, just well foul. That one bangs off the Hollywood Market sign on the fence. 6 home runs, a minute left exactly now, as this is going to fly back towards us, actually, late on it.
All 4 of Childress's in-game home runs so far this season have come to left field.
And you got to wonder, Greg Vaughn Jr. hitting 12, does that more help him or hurt him? Because he was into the second round after the 8th home run. That line drive won't make it over. 32 seconds left. Another high and arcing one. Has fallen just shy quite a bit lately here. Fatigue, you got to think, is setting in. 23 seconds. This line drive, does it have enough juice? No. And on the hands that time from Curiel. 6 home runs, hasn't hit one since the timeout. 9 seconds left. That one was close, but again, just bouncing at the warning track. 2 in a row. This is his last one, and it will fall short. 6 home runs for Noah Childis. He had 5 in the first round, 8 in the second, and 6 here in round 3.
Rounds, that was a total of 20 home runs. Have you ever been this exhausted in your life?
No, I'm tired.
All right, I think you guys need to give him a massage this time. Nice job.
Can't imagine. It is like, and we'll see here for Greg Vaughn Jr. Does it pay off? Did he hit that many, or does fatigue set in a bit more? 12 home runs in round 2, 5 in round 1. This for the Championship Derby Trophy. The last hitter in the last round as well. Again, 3 minutes here in round 3, and that should be his first. Just that easy stroke.
It's easy, and it's funny you bring that up, Jeremy, because towards the latter stages of Childress's round, you could tell he was really trying to get it over the fence and maybe getting a little fatigued, as you mentioned, too. So it'll be interesting to see how much longer Greg Vaughn Jr. keeps up this style of swing, and this, you see the motion in his body, nice and easy right now. But it knows he can pace himself because there's 3 minutes, so maybe a little bit of a different approach here, strategy-wise.
Yeah, 3 home runs so far for Greg. Make it 4. 2:17 to go in this final round. Needs to beat the 6 of Noah Childis. He's more than halfway there. 2 more to go here. That's just a golfing shot to the outfield. 155 left on that ticking clock here. That should be 5. Really good look off the bats. Back towards the pine tree out there in left center field. 5 home runs for Greg Vaughn Jr. 1 more to tie, and one will fall way short. Wants his 32nd timeout. Jason Aponte again helping him out here.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised if Vaughn Jr. hits double digits again here now that you mentioned, would the 12 help him or hurt him? Now I think it's just a mode of relaxation, given that he's just 1 away from tying what Childis put up. So certainly confident. And I may put money, as we continue our betting talks, on potentially back-to-back double digits for Vaughn Jr.
1 home run last year for Greg Vaughn Jr. 1 this year. 3 homers in total in college. Or check that, 4 homers in 2019 in college, I beg your pardon, as this one is way back and gone. He needs just 1 more to win this thing. So 1:27 left. So he won't hurry probably until he gets to about 30 seconds. He might not need that time. Way back to left. And he's your home run derby champion here. Greg Vaughn Jr. is still going. Why not? A big wry smile, but he's going to keep going. He has 8 still with a minute left. That went off the scoreboard again. his favorite in the last couple tries. He's trying center field now. Why not?
He's gone off the scoreboard, left field, center.
9 for Greg Vaughn Jr., 45 seconds. Greg Vaughn Jr. all smiles as the fans begin to give him a round of applause here. That one barely staying in the yard. 9 with 24 seconds to go, beating the 7 or 6 that Noah Childis had, and there's 10. Back-to-back double-digit round for Greg Vaughn Jr., 12 and 10. 8 seconds, maybe one last swing. Adam De La Cruz is going to get a big handshake after this one as well. His guy throwing all these pitches to him, and he will finish with 10 and win this thing. Celebrating with his teammates. Let's see what he has to say with Chelsea.
Greg Vaughn Jr., your 2021 USPBL Home Run Derby champion. I mean, you could have stopped after 7, but you kept on going. And you had a grand last total of 10 in the third round. I mean, what do you got to say about this whole experience for today?
The whole experience was real fun. You know, we got great hitters here, so I was just trying to soak up the moment, and, you know, whatever happened, happened.
And soak it all in. Well-deserved. Billy has your prize, your bat for you. Congratulations. Everyone, give it up for one more time. Greg Vaughn Jr., your Home Run Derby champion.
Awesome stuff. Greg Vaughn Jr. beats the likes of Drew Gassi, who has 8 home runs this season. Lamar Briggs, who has 4. Noah Childis, who also has 4. Travis McFarland with the same number. Roy Verdejo, who kicked things into gear nicely in the second round, making a charge to maybe make this championship round. But in the end, Greg Vaughn Jr. defeating Noah Childis, who captured 6 in round 1. Greg Vaughn Jr. with 5, 12, and a total of 10 here in round 3. Jason, your final thoughts on this fun event?
It was certainly, like I mentioned, were we going to have fireworks after the fireworks? We did. And Greg Vaughn Jr. lit it up in round 2, backed it up in round 3. But the dark horse, at the end of the day, I think maybe at the list, top of the list of players who we didn't expect to win this, comes out on top. And that's what's funny about this event. We mentioned Gassi was probably the favorite entering today. However, he goes out in round 1, opens up the door. Greg Vaughn Jr. figures out a little strategy and looked so relaxed in round 3. So he made perhaps it was the adjustments, Jeremy. He made the adjustment round 2 clearly, and then round 3 made it a little better as well. So much like in an actual game, you make adjustments, you tend to be successful. And that's what happened for Greg Vaughn Jr. today, but really happy for him overall.
The All-Star game commencing in about 30 minutes here today as those two will take a photo with that. Pretty cool. 2 teammates, 2 USPBL veterans in their second and third years consecutively combining for a home run derby champion here today. Congrats to Greg Vaughn Jr. and everyone involved on the pad, either here watching today or at home, pretty proud of what his son has put together here today. Stick around for the All-Star game. More analysis and lineups coming up shortly here on the USPBL Network.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the 9th, and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. And just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the 9th, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
Attention, Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the Carpet Guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the Carpet Guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855 for my guys.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better. With free checking and fraud protection services, 166.7% is possible.
166.7.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2021 Equinox LT for just $189 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood, because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. A shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me. No stopping.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood, because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
Your neighbors are going to be jealous when they see you're getting a new Connecticut water system. Say goodbye to hard water problems. No more spots on your glassware. Your laundry will feel and smell better. Your hair and skin will look and feel better. Say goodbye to hard water problems and say hello to great tasting crystal clear water with CGC Water.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
A pretty cool moment between father and son as well. Greg Vaughn Sr., the former Major League Baseball player hitting 355 Major League home runs himself, was celebrating with his son on the field after winning the USPBL Home Run Derby here today. Greg with 5 home runs in round 1, 12 in round 2, and 10 in round 3 to beat Noah Childis, who had 6 in the championship round. Jason.
It was a fun competition, Jeremy. We talked about it earlier. It's not what we expected, but that's what you love about sports, isn't it? The unexpected. And today, I think for a lot of these guys competing in perhaps some of them maybe their first All-Star games, first home run derbies, you wonder how the performances differ from what we've seen so far throughout half of a season of baseball versus a stage like this where I think pitchers relish because they embrace the competitive nature of things. So I'm interested to watch our starting pitching matchup between Loken and then Jordan Carr. Loken in for the Woolly Mammoth, so he'll be on the west side of things. Jordan Carr pitching for the East Division, but obviously a litany of talented pitchers on display today. Had the pleasure of chatting with a few of them earlier, and all were amped up. But again, now it's the adjustments that do stay the same. How do you adjust second time up, third time up? Baseball is a game of failure, as Noah Childis told us yesterday. So it's all about adjusting, and that's what we saw Greg Vaughn Jr. do in a really neat moment with his dad there.
Let's take a look at the lineup for today's All-Star game presented by AAA of Michigan. First for the visiting West All-Stars. Here's what we have. Leading off is the shortstop Adrian Guzman, batting second. The left fielder Trent Bauer. And the 3-hole is the center fielder Lamar Briggs. Cleanup is the first baseman Travis McFarland. Jalen Smith bats fifth and plays third base. Nick Caruso hitting sixth and catching here today. LeBoy, Verdejo, and Norberto Navarro rounding out. They DH, play right field, and play second base consecutively. On the other end, for the home East squad, Ben McConnell will lead off and play right field. Frankie Luska bats second and DHs. Greg Vaughn Jr., Drew Galassi, Noah Childis, a scary 3-4-5 here today for Jim Essian's team on the east side. Pedro Castellano bats sixth and plays second. Donovan Curiel will bat seventh and plays shortstop. De La Cruz bats eighth and plays third. And Jordan Finney will round out the lineup here today and catch. One of the better catchers receiving-wise in the USPBL in the last couple of years. Looking forward to this East-West All-Star game, getting closer and closer here on the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
Attention Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the carpet guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the Carpet Guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
The Carpet Guys give you warehouse direct pricing that will knock your socks off.
Now at the Carpet Guys, you get 4 years interest-free financing.
Let the Carpet Guys bring the store to your door with prices that will knock your socks off. Be wise and call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the ninth and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. Our founders were forged from tough times. People that believed that maybe, just maybe, if people helped people, we could all rise up together. For 80 years, that's what we've done. While we can't tell you what's going to happen, we can tell you we are going to make it through this together. And when the dust settles, we'll still be here. Just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the ninth, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic?
You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Hello. Lovely home, by the way, but it looks like you could use some new flooring.
Now at the Carpet Guys, you get 4 years interest-free financing. Plus, we're taking extra precautions to ensure the safety of our customers.
Be wise and call the Carpet Guys.
Whenever my family wants to enjoy the great outdoors, we pack up my Chevy Blazer and go camping in style. It looks great, and with the cargo management system, we can bring all the comforts of home away from home. Plus, with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi, the kids can still stay connected with friends. Thanks to my Blazer, roughing it isn't rough at all.
Lease a 2021 Blazer 2LT for just $219 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the ninth and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. And just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the ninth, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
Attention, Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the carpet guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the carpet guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the carpet guys at 855 for my guys.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better. With free checking and fraud protection services, 166.7% is possible.
166.7.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2021 Equinox LT for just $189 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood, because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. The shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping.
State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
Your neighbors are going to be jealous when they see you're getting a new Connecticut water system. Say goodbye to hard water problems. No more spots on your glassware. Your laundry will feel and smell better. Your hair and skin will look and feel better. Say goodbye to hard water problems and say hello to great tasting crystal clear water with CGC Water.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field on All-Star Night. Fun start to the day with Greg Vaughn Jr. blasting his way to a 2021 Home Run Derby crown. As we talked about prior to the break, if you're just now joining us, wasn't the guy we expected to come out on top. However, back-to-back double-digit rounds to close things up. Back with you in the booth, Jason Ross Jr. will be rejoined by Jeremy Otto and Jenna Rose shortly on the sidelines. Fun stuff coming for you tonight on the USPBL network with the East and West teams getting set to go head-to-head in just a matter of minutes here as we get close to the 7 p.m. hour. There is a look at the East roster, which is stacked. Jeremy went through the lineup prior to the break. There are 13 home runs between the 3, 4, 5 hitters in that lineup today, which could be interesting. Greg Vaughn Jr. is one of those players with Noah Childis behind him, as well as Drew Gassi. So it is a stacked, deep, potent East Division lineup. And then the West Division. Again, more talent. Looking at the mound to start things off, it'll be Greg Lokinen, who has been nothing short of masterful so far this season in his first USPBL season. Local kid from Berkeley, Michigan, will make the start. Was pretty amped up earlier today. So excited to watch what he can do when it comes to attempting to limit that lineup that we just talked about on the east side of things. We'll delve further into pitching, which could be the balancing out. Typically in all-star games, pitching has the advantage. Jackson Hicks is also on that west side Woolly Mammoths team in addition to Lokinen, and they'll be pitching for the West Division team today here in the 2021 All-Star game going up against the East Division. So, again, more coming your way on the USPBL network. Should be a fun evening. Stick with us.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic?
You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better. With free checking and fraud protection services, 166.7% is possible.
166.7.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
Stop me now. Don't stop me, 'cause I'm having a good time. Having a good time. A shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger, defying the laws of gravity. I'm a racing car passing by like Lady Godiva. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me. No stopping.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
Pitching comparison brought to you by Ascension each game. Here for the East-West All-Star Game is Jordan Carr and Greg here today. Jason?
Two lefties set to take the mound, Jeremy. We talked about it. It's a tasty pitching matchup on to begin things. Obviously, we'll see a plethora of different good arms take the bump today, but sticking with Jordan Carr to kick things off on the east side. Has a 1.42 ERA, ranking second best on the Utica staff, only to his all-star teammate, Miguel Sereno, who will also see in action today. Carr is the second most innings pitched on the Utica staff. Again, only second to Miguel Sereno, but thus far throughout the course of those 19 innings pitched has been excellent. Features a good arsenal, including a four-seam fastball, two-seam fastball, so changes the eye level, but not a guy who will overpower you, Jeremy. out the creativity, particularly with his breaking pitches, the curveball, the slider, the curve in particular, super effective, goes to about 25% of the time. We'll dip into the numbers of how effective that has been throughout the course of the broadcast. And then when you flip over to Greg Lokinen, has been masterful, mostly out of the bullpen so far this season, and hoping to now getting a starting spot at All-Star game, make the same. Told us, and Jenna mentioned this in the pregame show today, that his goal entering the year was more strikeouts than innings pitched. 37 Ks, 18 innings pitched. So has been flawless thus far. 1.5 ERA could be a fun one to kick things off. Pitching tends to take precedence in All-Star games. We'll see where that is to kick things off here.
Think there's any home runs left?
Ooh, did we use up all the magic? By the way, who won something? Did we win in that bet?
I don't think anybody did, right?
I did predict back-to-back rounds of double-digit homers for Greg Vaughn, so maybe I get I don't know.
Candy?
Some sort of consolidation prize. Yeah.
Well, that's the hero right there of the Home Run Derby. 5 in round 1, 12 in round 2, and 10 in round number 3. Drew Gassi, certainly a candidate to send maybe one or a few outs here in the game as well. It'll be interesting to see how these managers handle substitutions. I mean, you don't have doubles of every positions. You do have a few more substitutions that you're used to. Their season, 6 of them for both sides, so I'm sure you'll see a few guys play the whole game on the position side as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see, as you mentioned, how that rotates with deep rosters up here. We saw it in our previous graphic prior to the break, whether it's pitching, guys at the plate. You'll see who stays where. Some of the business when you think about position-wise, Adrian Guzman will lead off for the West team. He'll be at shortstop to start things off. So if he does go out, again, that's a tough act to follow up. Little things like that will be interesting to take note.
Well, a reminder, you can chime in with us in the chat section on YouTube. Anyone that's trying to watch on Facebook or Twitch here today, tell them to redirect to YouTube. Only on YouTube again here today. There's a fan that commented. He says, I caught a Greg Vaughn Jr. home run ball during the Derby. Good stuff. Opening pitch when we get back here in the USPBL Network. Stick with us.
About the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic?
You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Jordan Carr, the starter for the East All-Stars here today. On the mound and warming up the Utica Unicorns. You see all the players in their normal home uniforms for the east side and the opposite for the west as well. So cool to see the different ones that come out here today. What are you looking for, Mr. Carr, today, Jason?
Well, for Jordan Carr, again, it's how many times will he go to the breaking ball and on what counts as well. I think the ability to go to that curveball with an 0-0 count is something that keeps guys off balance. And when I spoke to him earlier today, he told me my goal is to keep batters off balance. So how often can he do that against the best competition in the USPBL?
Jordan Carr enters today, 19 innings on the bump thus far, 4 runs given up, 3 of them earned. Walks to 17 strikeouts, cruising into 142 ERA thus far. So always a special feeling to get the nod as the All-Star Game starter. As we'll kick things off just after 7:10 here on this fine Saturday for some baseball. This weekend has got some great weather for baseball, doesn't it?
It's been nice and mild. Not too hot, not too cool, not too breezy. Perfect for the man on the mound, Jordan Carr.
74 degrees, 55% humidity, just a slight breeze, 6 miles an hour, not really playing a factor on any of the games or derbies so far this week. Bit of rain in the forecast tomorrow. We hope that stays away for our 1 o'clock start. Here's the first pitch fired by Carr at 7:11. It's strike one, the fastball at 90.
Well, Adrian Guzman here, when you think of what he does on an all-star level, what first comes to your mind is the defensive abilities. His mind is like a calculator at shortstop.
Fastball in for strike two.
Which it has to be in that position. You're constantly thinking, and you're kind of the quarterback of the infield. You have to know things situationally.
Four seams topped out at 91 so far this year for Jordan Carr between the two fastballs. Throws it around 56% of the time. Then the curve, the slider, and just a little bit of the changeup thus far. 1-2, another fastball, nothing but fastballs for Jordan Carr thus far. And you'd think, oh, it's an all-star game. You know, I'm only out there for 2 innings, but, you know, a lot of these hitters know these pitchers because there's only 4 teams in this league. The 2-2 again on the ground. Diving attempt by De La Cruz. Gets up, fires, got him, nice.
Talk about another guy who has been impressive defensively at the hot corner. Adam De La Cruz, a nice diving stop there. Also a very vocal personality, beloved around the USPBL.
And we talked about a bit in the Home Run Derby about his coaching role that he's kind of taken on this year. Paul Nochi really relying on him as a guy that's been here for nearly 3 years, not 3 full seasons, as he came here at the tail end of 2019. Obviously last year a bit more shortened than normal in terms of the length of the season because of COVID-19, as Trent Bauer jumps on that one and knocks it back to the screen. Well, the last outing for Carr, 5 innings, 4 hits given up. That was against the Hoppers. Just 1 run it was earned. 4 strikeouts, 74 pitches of work. The slider remains inside, 1-1.
Slider's been a good pitch for Carr so far this season. And on that note, Carr would probably have, if it weren't for that surprise Miguel Sereno start a week ago, the most innings pitched on this staff.
1-1 again on the ground. Castellano cutting it off, throwing off balance. Wow. 2 nice plays from De La Cruz and Castellano so far in this one.
So far, Carr is definitely crediting the infielders behind him, as these Utica pitchers have done throughout the season. A lot of soft contact from this staff in general. Sereno's a guy who has induced quite a bit of that. So we'll see if he can continue that against one of our home run derby hitters in Lamar Briggs.
Had a nice chat with Lamar yesterday. A guy who certainly was an interesting go about in the home run derby today, 4-6. But a nice stretch this season where he's hit 4 home runs, all in just a 2-week span. But we've talked about the adjustments he's made, was really drilling it into the ground throughout the beginning part of this season, and then started to hit those line drives, which is what he does when he's going right. The 1-1. Off speed up the middle, and Gassi just has to play that one. Breaks up the 1-2-3 potential bid in the first. And now Travis McFarland will try to do some damage here. Another home run derby guy.
Yeah, and on the note of Lamar, Briggs just really hitting the ball to all fields ever since the latter stages of June. Hit some lasers to left, as we saw in the home run derby, and as we've seen throughout the course of the regular season, but getting on base seemingly at will of. And in Travis McFarland, he's a guy who told us maybe he wants to get on base a little more often than he did, say, in his college years and the early stages of this season.
Hitting .289 coming into play tonight. And if you're wondering, these stats do not count towards the player's overall lines at the end of the day today. But we do understand there's a good amount of scouts in the building, so got to play your hardest. Ooh, Briggs caught leaning, got him over at first base. Jordan Carr saw it right away. Childis slaps on the nice easy tag, and that's it for Travis McFarland as he will come up again in the second inning. Time for a sweetheart of the game. I'm going to send it down to Chelsea Estes.
All right, thanks, Johnny. Happy Saturday, USPBL fans. What a beautiful night for the All-Star game. But right now, I'm here, JJ, the field general, brought to you by Thrifty Florist. And he chose a very, very special fan in the stands tonight to give a beautiful bouquet of flowers to. Her name is Susan, and Susan is JJ's sweetheart of the game. Congratulations, Susan. Good job, JJ. Johnny, back to you.
Thanks, Chelsea. Your sweetheart of the game. Time for your freaky fast fact by Jimmy Johns. In 1921, Babe Ruth reportedly hit a 575-foot home run, making it the longest ever in Major League history. Get StatCast on that, huh? The first ever MLB All-Star game took place on July 6, 1933 at Chicago's Comiskey Park, where the AL beat the NL 4-2. Your last one, as we rely on the scoreboard a bit, will come up soon. Here it is. Hank Aaron has the most All-Star appearances with 21. How about that? 21 All-Star appearances for Henry Aaron.
One of the greats.
.755 home runs for Aaron, 2,297 RBIs, 23 seasons of baseball. Missed the All-Star game in his first season, 1954, and his last season, 1976, age 20 to 42.
There's some velocity range.
Greg Lokinen, talking about velocity, certainly a guy to look at going forward in this league.
Yeah, I mean, he's been so fun to watch so far this year. 4-seam fastball with 2-seam run. That's kind of the deep curveball. Changeup has been the put-away pitch, but fastball, when he establishes that, very, very effective pitcher.
18 innings coming into play today. 3 runs given up, 5 walks to 37 strikeouts, as Jason mentioned earlier. So in the top of the first inning for Jordan Carr, we saw 2 ground outs to begin it, and then the single by Lamar Briggs. He was caught leaning off of first base. So it wasn't a huge lead, but it was just a nice pick by Jordan Carr. Good tag by Childis as Lokinen delivers the first ball inside to Ben McConnell there.
We've said it throughout the season. Controlling the running game is an important part of being on the bump. And it's something that hasn't been done particularly well throughout the course of this year. The statistics heavily favor the man who's trying to steal the base. But was an interesting note on He's different in this All-Star game. There's that curveball from Lokinen.
Two-one, again fouled back. Took a few miles an hour off the fastball. Average fastball velocity this year has been 87. 2-2 shot first and second. And Ben McConnell, the speedy Ben McConnell, is on to begin this bottom of the first. So Frankie Luska, guy that competed in the Home Run Derby last year. Another intriguing to watch. We've seen the last couple times he's been in the lineup here in the All-Star game as the designated hitter starter. Two other catchers on this roster, Jordan Finney starting and Felix Abaretz on the bench.
The battles are fun to watch here, and looking at the guys who have been in different positions so far this season, Luxka also noteworthy that he's in the 2 spot of this All-Star game lineup. He's kind of shifted from leadoff to 2 spot of late for the Unicorns. And for Lokinen, how soon are we, I guess, away from seeing him starting on a more consistent basis? 1.5 ERA, so rarely first time through the order has he allowed a leadoff hit. But what's been so impressive about Lokinen so far this year is, I mean, the lefty is getting better as he goes second, third time through the order. That's a note that you usually associate with some of the best pitchers in baseball. I mean, the average goes down to 0.59 second time through.
That sawed off Luska a bit, just able to get a piece of it as it floats foul. His usual manager, Jim Essien, down at third base here today. It's Essien and the Mammoth staff. 2 top teams in the USPBL right now, 2-2. Again, going to find a hole.
One of the best 2-strike hitters that we've seen so far throughout the season. Luxka gets the job done there with a nice piece of 2-strike hitting, and even more of a rarity with consecutive batters reaching base to start things off against Lokinen.
Here's your Home Run Derby champion. Does he have one more in him? Got to have that mindset a little bit still. As the fastball at 89 rises away.
He must be feeling pretty comfy right now. The aggressiveness may peel back a little bit now that you shift the mindset to more of a game scenario, but Vaughn Jr. has worked some deep counts lately and has capitalized on them.
1-0. Again, slithers inside. 2-0. And Greg here.
If people weren't with us, went 5 homers in round 1, 12 in round 2, and then 10 in round 3 to win it.
Fastball cuts in for strike 1. Well, you always got to watch the bullpens early and often in these all-star games. But we're expecting both of these to probably go 2 innings here tonight in what is a 7-inning contest. The 2-1. Wipeout curveball there, 2-2 on Greg Vaughn.
See what Lokinen goes to with 2 strikes here. He can crank it up with the fastball in the low 90s, but can also drop it down with that curve or change.
Swing and a miss. First out here in the first inning. Traffic on the base pass has certainly been few and far between, as Jason mentioned The batting averages against, slim on either end. Strikeout percentage high, walk percentage a tad bit higher to lefties than righties. This is a guy you don't want to fool around with, though.
Certainly not. And a batter in Gassi who is comfortable against both lefties and righties.
First pitch to Drew outside, 1-0.
Saw him last night. Kind of have a rare 0-for-3 start with 3 strikeouts before getting his first hit. It's a big first strike there from Lokinen.
Was getting a heavy dose of breaking balls, certainly in his first at-bat. 6 curveballs to only 1 fastball thrown against him. 1-1 away. Good stop by Caruso to just keep it out in front.
Vast majority of hitters in the USPBL throughout the course of the season so far have struggled against breaking balls. Something that's more difficult to locate in BP, for example, or out of the machine.
2-1, swing and a miss. Check the defense behind Lokinen today, brought to you by AAA of Michigan. It's Bauer in left, Briggs in center, Verdejo in right, Smith and McFarland on the corners, Navarro and Guzman up the middle, and Caruso completing the battery here tonight for the West All-Stars. 2-2, swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts to 2 of the better hitters in this league.
We haven't mentioned it, we mentioned it in pregame, but not yet since Logan has taken the bump. He's a strikeout pitcher, and he's done that at such a consistent rate so far this year. 37 Ks, if you're counting that one in the stats, now 39, but as Jeremy noted, this one won't go down in the stat sheet.
And it's pretty impressive, and those numbers are probably the best out of a guy who averages around 87, 88 on the fastball. We certainly have some other strikeout pitchers, but they're more so 91, some even nearing 93, 95. Saw Carson Ferry do it again last night, one of the better velocity guys in the league. Noah Childris skies that one back. It's quickly 0-2. Pedro Castellano, your Zach Hart agency man on deck.
Jeremy, you mentioned Lokinen maybe not being a guy who's going to get up to 93, 94, 95. He likes to study Patrick Corbin of the Nationals because that's a pitcher who's not going to come at you with 97-mile-per-hour fastballs, probably be in the low to mid-90s, but he'll throw the 0-2 slider. Loves how Corbin establishes his pitches.
Fans oohing and eyeing at that one as it's high off the screen and nearly back into play. We saw some good catches last night by fans. Their nice crowd has shown up in the grandstands here today. Decent amount on the berm, out in right field as well. The 1-2 to Childris. Breaking ball away.
It was so neat to see how fans would kind of, you used the phrase once, massive humanity. They would just kind of shift with the ball, shifting back and forth. That was pretty. And the last couple of days, the oohs and ahs have been pretty in sync.
Fly ball to right field. That's chasing Verdejo back. And with 2 outs, that will be the end of this first inning. Strikeout, strikeout, pop out after the first 2 reach via the single here on the USPBL network.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council. I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Jeremy and Jason back with you here. East-West All-Star Game here today on the USPBL Network, powered by UWM. Travis McFarland, Jalen Smith, and Nick Caruso, your Zach Hart agency. 3 men due up here in the second. Against Jordan Carr in the first, he'll likely work the second inning and then turn it over to the bullpen. He faced Guzman, Bauer, Briggs. Retired both Guzman and Bauer fairly easily on ground balls, 5-3 and 4-3 in the scorebook. And then the single by Briggs, but he was caught leaning off of first base with McFarland at the plate. Good pickoff move all the way around. Carr sending it close to the glove to Childis. As that's on the ground to De La Cruz, could not make the play. Second game in a row where one has kind of gone through the thickets as McFarland here to start the second.
Jeremy, you made a hockey reference earlier after the home run derby. You said it was almost like calling a hockey game because it was moving so fast. That one got through the 5-hole of.
And that thing tired me out because after you call one home run, then the next one is kind of in the air, and then the next one, Greg Vaughn Jr. had a few of those. 88-mile-an-hour fastball up top to Jalen. We say hello to Yusdelda Castillo, Lupito Ramos, Phil, all chiming in here today in the YouTube chat. Phil says, thank you, USPBL, for streaming your games for free on YouTube again this season. With some emojis representing all the teams in this league. The mammoth emoji, the beaver emoji, the little frog, and the unicorn. 1-1. Little pop fly to right. McConnell tracking it. He's going to trap it in the end.
McConnell had the leadoff base hit at the plate. All right, covered quite a bit of ground there before coming up just short. Jalen Smith, one of the better contact guys that you'll find around the USPBL. Very low strikeout rate. If he's going down more often than not, it's going to be a contact out.
One-two right back at him. Feeds to second in time. Hodo across the bag. You bets.
Beautifully turned double play there, but it starts with the pitch from Carr, Jeremy. We've mentioned his ability to be creative within the zone. I should say stay out of the zone essentially and stay away from the sweet spot at the barrel of the bat. That time kind of jams up Jalen Smith, leads to a weak grounder back to the mound, and then an easily turned double play.
Carr fields his position well. We've seen him feed it to second just like that a couple times so far this season. Tied up with the breaking ball inside.
He's right back to it. Keep hitters off balance with the first pitch breaking ball.
Malik Barrington warming up for the for the West squad, I beg your pardon. It is Velez for the East squad. So there's Ricardo Velez. Really just one bad for him so far this year. That big inning where a 10 came to the plate just a week ago. Jordan Carr was hoping for strike three there. Trying to face the minimum for the second consecutive inning where he allowed at least one each. 3-2. on Nick Caruso. Late substitution into the Mammoths lineup after the tryout. Went to Youngstown State, showed some nice power there this year. 88-mile-an-hour fastball called for strike 3. The first strikeout here tonight and probably the last for Jordan Carr as he works a solid 2 innings in this East-West All-Star game.
Whenever my family wants to enjoy the great outdoors, we pack up my
All right,
Chevy
thanks,
Blazer
Johnny. It's
and go
time for the
camping in
Mr.
style. It looks great, and with the cargo management system, we can bring all the comforts of home away from home. Plus, with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi, the kids can still stay connected with friends. Thanks to my Blazer, roughing it isn't rough at all.
Lease a 2021 Blazer 2 LT for just $219 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Jeremy Otto alongside Jason Ross Jr. to bring the call here today. Chelsea Estes in the stadium. Jenna Rose, the third member of our broadcast team as well. It's Pedro Castellano, Donovan Curiel, and Adam De La Cruz, your Zach Hart agency. 3 men due up here in the second inning against Greg Lokinen. Greg in that first gave up 2 singles to the first 2 men he saw, McConnell and Luska, and then navigated through a dangerous 3 through 5 pretty easily. Vaughn Jr. went down on strikes. Colossi got a strikeout as well swinging. And Noah Childis popped out to right to end that threat in the first.
Typically when he's racking up the strikeouts, which he is more often than not, the fastball is working for him. 20 strikeouts on that pitch so far this season. Went back to it. It's a weapon that has late break on it. Kind of even see it there in warm-ups. But he'll face Pedro Castellano, who's fresh off a good night against the Unicorns on Friday.
Pedro Castellano in the game last night for the Unicorns. Batted third and played second base. Had an early double, a late single as well. That Hoppers offense generating some late runs. Shut out through 7 innings. We did play 9 complete last night, but the game ended in a tie. Will be finished at a later date. I've not heard exactly what the league's plan is to finish that game out. Lokinen working quickly. Zings in an 89-mile-an-hour fastball for strike 2.
Set and ready to go once again here.
Slider outside, 1-2 on Castellano. I think he even thought that might be strike 3 on the outside corner, hanging tough.
As we'll say about multiple pitchers in this game today, Lokinen is a guy who typically delivers a pitch under every 10 to 15 seconds when he's really feeling it.
This one towards Navarro, one of the better sure-handed middle infielders in this league. Shows why there.
There's more break drawing a slow ground ball. Navarro taking care of the rest. Brings up a pretty good middle infielder in Donovan Curiel.
Yeah, when you talk about that pacing, we've talked to Justin Orenduff about it in the past, the director of player development, obviously the former first-round pick of the Los Angeles Dodgers today as well. He likes pacing because he thinks it also brings rhythm. He says when guys have a slower pace, they don't necessarily have the same routine in between pitches, which can mess with a lot of things. Here's the 0-1 to Donovan. Pokes it foul.
You mentioned routines, Jeremy. A key piece of the routine for Greg Lokinen so far this year is commencing an organized recovery and throwing schedule. He said, I usually work out about 5 days a week, but those workouts tend to vary.
0-2.
And a lot of it is just light workouts to get the blood flowing. But kind of the day after, for example, a bullpen appearance, he'll do a medium to light workout, which has really helped the recovery ability.
Swing and a miss at the fastball at 88. Greg Lokinen now already with his third strikeout. We're guessing this is going to be his last inning. Jackson Hicks was originally slated to come in after Lokinen, but Malik Barrington was warming up. He has since sat down. We also saw Ricardo Velez warming on the other end. We'll take a guess that he's going to come in the third inning. It's Velez, Cook, Sereno, and Pierce available for the East squad out of the bullpen. Hicks, Coleman, Barrington, Stanton for the West team.
I ran into Jackson Hicks earlier today, pitcher for the Woolly Mammoths. He'll be on the West division here. And as usual, he was pumped up, smile on his face, one of the more vibrant, luminescent guys that you'll meet around the USPBL. Crossed paths with Greg, too. They were walking together at one point. Neat to see both of them in their first All-Star games.
Took something off, pulled the string at 76, and De La Cruz was out in front. Here's the 2-2. Little butterfly into center. Briggs snatches that for the third out. 1-2-3 inning for Lokinen. Jordan Carr has also faced the minimum in his 2 innings of play here tonight.
I'm all out of love for my old insurance. Switch to insurance. They're saving me so much. They covered my car and bundled with my home. I feel so secure to say I love insurance.
Hello, AAA Insurance.
Goodbye, insurance. Hello.
Insurance.
Get a quote and save up to 20%.
New flooring from the Carpet Guys is as easy as 1, 2, free. 1, just call the Carpet Guys for fast, free, and home shopping. 2, get massive warehouse direct savings. And 3, free, as in 4 years of interest-free financing. That's 1, 2, free, but only for a limited time. So be wise and call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS or visit carpetguys.com today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855-4MY-GUYS.
We have our first pitching change officially. It's Ricardo Velez coming in for Jordan Carr.
Ricardo Velez, Jeremy, as you mentioned, kind of just had the one sticky outing where he gave up that big inning. Over the last couple, he'd like to get maybe the walk numbers down in terms of efficiency. A strikeout pitcher, but what we're looking for out of Velez are the strikeouts efficient ones, like we just saw out of Lokinen. So can he minimize the number of pitches? Four-seam fastball, slider, curveball, and changeup mix for the native of Puerto Rico.
Yeah, really his one bump in the road in terms of starts this year. His last outing where he gave up 7 hits and 6 earned runs through 52 pitches versus the Utica Unicorn. So he'll look to bounce back here in a game that technically doesn't count. But again, and mentioned, there's some scouts in attendance, so you want to show your best.
That's what's fun about this. You can tell it's competitive. As we saw the home run derby earlier, I think after round 1, that's when several guys began to adjust. The numbers were nice and tight, and it made for a good competition that Greg Vaughn Jr. won, Ricardo Velez's teammate.
No runs off 1 hit and no errors for the West squad. No runs off 2 hits and 1 error for the East team. Technically, this West team has only sent 6 to the plate, which is funny because they've shown 2 base runners. A 2-out single in the first by Briggs. He was picked off by Jordan Carr as Christian LeBoy gets a hey, what's up, hello, to begin his at-bat here. And then in the second, Travis McFarland led it off with a single. That turned into a 1-6-3 double play, and a strikeout looking by Caruso ended the threat. while facing the minimum. 91-mile-an-hour fastball, pounded back.
Two former teammates here, Jeremy, from the University of Oklahoma Arts and Sciences going ahead. Fun, familiar matchup, both natives of Puerto Rico as well.
Yeah, these two know each other really well. Slider by LeBoy that time.
You wonder what it would be like to get in their minds right now as well. Find out what the guy in the batter's box is thinking. Does he have an expectation of what's coming next? Does Velez think he's going to get LeBoy to swing on a pitch, maybe after having seen him for so many times? Fun matchup to break down here.
That fastball at 94, right around where he's topped out this year. To be technical, 93.6, his high 93.9, but most of the time you'll see those rounded up. 2-2. Slider away. That slider usually around 81, so a bit of a harder slider. That actually might have been the curveball. We've talked about it before. It's tough to differentiate the slider and the curve most of the time for Velez. Just a tick of difference on the averages between those two pitches. Fastball at 93 away. So the first walk of the game from either side, drawn by LeBoy.
That's one of the things we touched on when you examine the last couple of outings. 6 total walks throughout the last 2 for Velez, who, again, has been very good. But it's maybe less 2-strike pitches, something we touched on last night, the importance of that.
Fly ball that's going to hang up for Ben McConnell. He's made some good plays this year already. Robbed a home run or 2.
Next up, the second baseman, number 12.
1 pitch, 1 out to back that up for Velez. So now we'll face Noberto Navarro here. Part of that double play combo that's been so sparkling and fun to watch for West Side.
Yeah, those two getting the start in the home run derby, him and Adrian Guzman, also hitting first and 9th in the order. Wipeout slider there from Navarro. The 0-1 away. Adrian Guzman, the aforementioned, on deck. Tight lead for LeBoy over at first. He's there with 1 out. On top of the slider that time that hung up for Velez. Jackson Hicks is now warming. So that's what we thought would be the order. It's interesting that Malik Barrington was up and throwing earlier. We thought it would be Hicks, Coleman, Barrington, Stanton. 1-2 again popped up. It's Childris under it for the second out here. So Adrian Guzman comes up for the second time here today. Grounded out to the third baseman, De La Cruz, his first time up. First pitch to Guzman outside, the fastball at 93. It's as high as 94 in this inning for Ricardo Velez, who takes over for Jordan Carr. So we're playing 7 innings here today. It will be a 7 complete innings, no matter what the score is, just to give these guys an extra half inning to potentially showcase or put another pitcher in there Probably more so for the pitching side of things.
On the note of pitching, you mentioned the 94, so a little different than what we're typically expecting to see out of Velez's predecessor, Jordan Carr. But it's really the breaking stuff for Velez that's so effective.
Rips the fastball off at 92 again.
So hovering again in the 90s. The slider is a pitch that gave opposing hitters fits in the early stages of this season when it looked like quickly emerging as the ace of the Hoppers pitching staff upon his arrival.
Swing and a miss. Dials it in at 92 right into the glove of Jordan Finney, and that will erase the leadoff walk. All these base runners have been sent right back. That's the fifth third out of the game, brought to you by Fifth Third Bank. Here in inning now, time for JJ the Water Boy, presented by Michigan First Credit Union again here in this East-West All-Star game. JJ is the representative of All-Stars in the category, huh?
I would certainly say so. An All-Star for both teams today. And the umpires.
Now we're also switched over to your DTE Energy Kid Race, the mascot here today. It's Lancelot going against Elliott here today. Lancelot will be given this 5-second or so head start. Actually, they'll go on the same time here today. Elliott around the second base bag. Nice job by him. Cruising his way. Lance barreling behind him. This is one of the better efforts we've seen by a mascot this year. Lancelot tripping around the third base bag a little bit there and cramping up along the third base line. And it's Elliott who will take home your DTE Energy Kid Race, the mascot, here today. Jackson Hicks will be the first pitching change for the West Side as he comes in for Greg Loken and his teammate.
Hicks, as I mentioned, he and Greg Loken were very excited for this day, and rightfully so. Throughout the course of 6 starts thus far, Jackson Hicks at a 3-1 record has allowed just 7 earned runs during the course of 30 1/3 innings pitched. Just a fun guy to watch who has given this West Side starting rotation some good longevity and has allowed the bullpen to not be too taxed. 4-seam fastball, splitter, curveball, and slider mix for Jackson Hicks.
Miguel Sereno has grabbed a glove. He's starting to warm up. So is Cole Stanton. A.J. Coleman, Malik Barrington, Cole Stanton, the other arms available for the West squad here tonight. Jackson Hicks, just the story, probably one of the best in the league thus far. Putting aside what he's been able to do in the stats, I mean, it's impressive. 30 innings of work, 14 strikeouts to 37 K, or 14 walks to 37 Ks so far this year, but did not play 1 inning, throw 1 pitch of affiliated, if you want to call it, college baseball. Played at the club level for UNC. He's the president of their club baseball team. And now here he is, pitching in the USPBL. He's been scouted at times by some affiliated scouts. A guy we've been watching closely ever since he did what he did in the 2 shutout performances in his first couple starts of his career.
Yeah, the narrative for him entering this season was we weren't quite sure what to expect. But then, as you noted, comes out with 1 shutout performance, backs it up with another, and has been as consistent as can be, the staff ace for the Mammoths so far.
Strike 3. The splitter there finishing off Jordan Finney. It is the 4th strikeout already. Last All-Stars here tonight. Greg Lokinen finishing with 3. Here's a fly ball that's going to hang up, it looks like, for Bauer in left. Two up and 2 down here in the 3rd, and now Frankie Luska comes to the plate. Frankie Luska back in the 1st inning, singled. Him and Ben McConnell both did that. But ever since, straight outs recorded by both Lokinen and now Jackson Hicks here in the 3rd inning.
We touched on the dynamic duos, maybe you could say trios, when you examine the 3, 4, 5 hitters in this Utica lineup to kick things off. 13 combined homers between Vaughn Jr., Gassi, and Childis. But to scale it back a bit to dynamic duos on the pitching side, Lokinen and Hicks, that's quite the duo there.
1-0 the fastball that slides low. Sure is. You kind of like to see how these pitching staffs kind of align. This is the first time that Hicks has not thrown to Colton Horner. Horner not making this All-Star game, but, or I beg your pardon, he is. He's a reserve. But obviously Nick Caruso getting the start, not going to come out this early. 2-1 high. We've kind of talked about in the past how much Jackson Hicks knows these hitters, comes in and not only trying to play to his stuff, but try to get them out at the same time. And what they tendencies show. And there's Frankie Luska showing what he can do in the walk game as well. He's done that very well so far this season.
Sky high on base percentage, as we've talked about with Luska, utilizes pitch selection. His recognition of pitches out of the hand of the guy on the mound has been superb to watch.
Greg Vaughn Jr. struck out back in the 1st inning against Lokinen. Him and Gassi striking out in a row. Fastball at 90 in for strike 1. It's a fastball that's reached nearly 92.5 so far this year, averaging right around 90, so decently tight window for Jackson Hicks.
And Jeremy, you mentioned tendencies. At this point in the season, hitters have seen pitchers, pitchers have seen hitters. So that's what's, I think, impressed me the most about the consistency of, say, Jordan Carr, Greg Lokinen, the guy on the mound, and Jackson Hicks.
2-1 again, popped up to center. Briggs a couple steps in as he makes that catch for the 3rd out here in the 3rd inning. Nothing becomes of the 2-out walk. Still 0-0 in this fine All-Star game here today.
Only at your Chevrolet certified service dealer do you get tires engineered specifically for your vehicle and a price match guarantee.
With our tire price match guarantee, if you find a better price within 30 days of purchase, we'll refund the difference. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
We're now joined by the parents of Greg Vaughn Jr., the 2021 Home Run Derby winner, alongside his beautiful mother, Leticia, and stepfather, Bill Davis. 27 home runs for Greg during the Derby. We saw that display of power, but how surprised were you to see 27 home runs come off of his bat?
Pretty surprised, but excited at the same time.
Hey,
we were just hoping he'd hit a couple, right? And just make a good showing. So winning it is a bonus. It's a bonus.
Greg was definitely the underdog heading into that derby. Only one home run so far during the games played, but we saw that sneaky power there. Has he always possessed that growing up playing ball?
Yes, he has, and he works very hard, so it's not surprising.
Absolutely. We can see it in his stature. And we have to talk about Greg Vaughn Sr., 355 career home runs, Silver Slugger with the Padres. What aspects of Greg's game come from his father?
I would say all of it.
Definitely.
The genetics don't lie. He's always had a good swing. Even as a child, he was always had a nice, strong stroke and hit the ball hard. Over the years, and he's just continued to work and refine his craft, and here we are.
Well, 27 home runs certainly says it. Well, how would you describe Greg's work ethic?
He's pretty dedicated. He's a strong and
Trent Bauer leading things off for the West Side Woolly Mammoths.
And, we always do our best to come to as many games as we can. How special is it for the two of you to come here for the All-Star game to watch him compete?
Amazing. So we feel privileged.
Yeah. We try to plan, wherever he's playing, we try to plan at least one trip a year. So we're here, and then when we found out it was going to be around the All-Star weekend, I told him, dude, you got to ball out. Make the All-Star game so we can see you play more. So it's pretty special to be here.
Yes, he definitely did ball out, so we're looking to see more as the All-Star game rolls out. But thank you both for your time today.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you for having us.
All right, sending it back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Jenna. Trent Bauer with a flyout to begin the fourth inning here today. Lamar Briggs and Travis McFarland, the other two due up, brought to you by Zach Hart Agency. Briggs with a single back in the first inning as that one pipes in at 81 for strike one.
Lamar Briggs, again, a guy who we saw in the home run derby earlier today, has already made some nice solid contacts up the middle.
Could not check his swing there as Ricardo Velez is out for his second inning of work. Nice job in the third after the leadoff walk by Christian LeBoy. Got Verdejo to fly out, Navarro to pop out, and then Guzman to strike out. The only inning thus far where a Hoppers pitcher has, or Unicorns pitcher I should say, has faced the minimum. Faced the minimum in the first and the second, even despite the two singles. A pickoff and a 1-6-3 double play turned that in. Here's another ground ball. Good job by Curiel. Pick it up in the end, but can't get him over at first.
The speed and athleticism of Lamar Briggs, who played a few different sports growing up before focusing on baseball in the early stages of high school. On display there, and again, you put the ball in play, good things happen.
There's JJ trying to secure that bat. Travis McFarland looking to get on base for the second time here tonight. I'm sure we'll start seeing some of the substitutions fairly soon. This is just a 7-inning game. More of them on the bench than in a normal USPBL game. 5 of them for the West Side. It's Bagneski, Horner, Lynch, Shoemaker, and McGee. You think he's getting at bat here tonight? Maybe play an inning or two defensively. 1-0, bluffing the runner at first as that one skied up in the air. Greg Vaughn Jr. chasing back, still going, leaps up, made the catch in left field. He can hit home runs. He can rob home runs. Doing it all here today on All-Star Day.
Wow, that was a sparkling play from Vaughn Jr., who was having himself quite the Saturday afternoon. Jenna just spoke with his parents as we see them there in the stands. His mom and stepdad in attendance today, and they touched on how hard he worked growing up. Now paying dividends and his confidence being sky high at the moment.
See the on our YouTube monitor. Greg Vaughn Jr. pumped up after that catch was made in left field. Now Jalen Smith, the last chance here in the fourth. Runner in motion. Decent pitch to throw on, but that one escapes. Castellano covering. Well, if you haven't tuned into many USPBL games this year, stolen bases have been very high. Caught stealings have been very low, and that's a batter's interference, it looks like, here to end the fourth inning. What an odd way to end the fourth. Ed Campanella having a word. Trying to make the case for Jalen Smith. Back with more after this. PBL Network.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're going to be like, it's not possible. Well, yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Jackson Hicks getting ready to deliver his second inning of work here tonight. Allowed one back in the third. Fairly pitcher and defense dominated thus far. We saw a catcher's interference call to end the fourth inning against Jalen Smith as he collided a bit maybe with Jordan Finney trying to throw out Lamar Briggs. Probably didn't have a shot really to get Briggs at second base anyway.
It was an interesting way, as you mentioned, to wrap up top half of the fourth there. Overall, though, been a good start to this one, especially from a pitching standpoint. You noted after the two leadoff base runners against Lokinen, West Side staff has really settled in. I should say the West Division staff, but it is the West Side staff at the same time, isn't it, Jeremy?
It is.
The Woolly Mammoth pitchers here. So
it's confusing, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, it always kind of feels like we're calling a neutral game because I guess we are, because never really quote covering one team consistently. Gassi flies this one to center, carrying on Briggs, hanging up there as long as it could, and just not sneaking out of the yard. Surprising to see Gassi not hit a few more in the home run derby. We thought that he could be the shoe-in for the win. Some of these BP shows that he puts on, and obviously the leader in the USPBL in home runs coming into play here tonight.
Here's another guy you can put on some BP, and Noah Childis.
And he's leading everybody by a double score with 8. Childis, one guy who has 4. McFarland entered with 4. Lamar Briggs has 4 as well. And none of these stats will count towards their final lines this season either, but certainly a decent level of competitiveness happening out there. Fly ball to left, Bauer on the edge of the warning track for the second out. Greg Vaughn Jr. certainly somebody that stands out here in the home run derby. Rob home run to left, probably the best catch he's made in a USPBL uniform overall. And now Pedro Castellano will try to prevent a 1-2-3 inning here in the fourth. They've already had one. That was back in the second for Greg Lokinen, the last set of batters that he faced. Malik Barrington is again up. He is the scheduled man to come in next out of the Beavers. Miguel Sereno of the Utica Unicorns is warming up for the East squad. Likely come in next inning as well for Ricardo Velez. Velez and Carr each going 2 innings so far here tonight. Club just over the outstretched glove of McFarland. Really good effort by Travis over there at first.
Snuck past the sprawling effort there and brings Ariel. As we noted, it had been a lengthy stretch without a base runner, and now we have a sub here to maybe get some more speed on the base paths.
It's John Hodo. That makes sense as well because Castellano, a fellow second baseman, and in this game playing second base as well, so you'd think Hodo would just make that clean switch. First pitch, line drive to Briggs. Right in his tracks for the third out of this 4th inning. All 3 outs recorded via the contact. Still looking for our first run. The pitching dominating this game here tonight.
Piloting a hot air balloon is my wife's passion, and she couldn't have a better wingman than my Chevy Equinox. Its stylish design rises above the rest, and with its 4G LTE Wi-Fi plus great gas mileage, Equinox keeps us connected mile after mile. With my Equinox, the sky isn't the limit.
Lease a 2021 Equinox LT for just $189 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Miguel Sereno, the newest substitution, new catcher that he will throw to, well, that's Felix Abaretz. Takes over for Jordan Finney. Behind.
Miguel Sereno has, again, been a really neat story to watch develop so far throughout the season. Has a wonderful background, another native of Puerto Rico, and a guy who has been excellent throughout the course of 20 innings pitched for the Utica Unicorns so far this season, both starting and out of the bullpen. What has been so consistent, those 20 innings are the most of any Utica pitcher so far this year. Features the 4-seam fastball, 2-seam fastball, changeup, and slider. Has an ERA below 1 entering today throughout the course of those 20 innings.
John Hodo will, in fact, stay in the game and just straight sub for Pedro Castellano at second base. Caruso, LeBoy, Verdejo, the scheduled 3 up here in the 5th. Caruso shoots it just past the glove of Childis, kind of rolled off. And able to reach is Nick. I beg your pardon, here in the 5th.
Over the last, dating back to the bottom half of the 4th, hard hit balls to the right side of the infield, giving the first and second baseman for both sides a little trouble. And that brings up Spencer McGee, who I saw earlier today, looked pretty excited, and another guy who got off to a hot start trying to continue that. So we'll see if the consistency ramps up, but McGee we've seen in different spots in the Mammoths lineup. Fun player to watch.
Takes over for the spot of Christian LeBoy, who had a walk and a solo at bat back in the 3rd inning. McGee looks at one outside. Roy Verdejo, again, your Zach Hart agency man on deck, scheduled to come up. Now the 2-0 from Sereno. Fastball that zips inside at 92 certainly has been able to command and control his pitches much better this year. He's a little frustrated with the way this AB has started for Spencer McGee, and that certainly has led to the much better numbers this time around in year 2 with the USPBL. 3-0, Hardy, launch angle type swing from Spencer McGee there.
McGee had the green light. Serena needed a strike, found it. Rarely have we seen, like you mentioned, a lot of 3-0, 3-1 counts from Sereno. That's been a rarity. He's been efficient and controlling his pitches very well.
3-1 high, 93-mile-an-hour fastball, and the first 2 men have reached. Error, walk, the line against Miguel Sereno thus far. And you look at it, a 9.39 ERA by the time things were said and done last year. That was 6 appearances, 3 starts. 7 2/3 innings, 11 walks to 10 strikeouts. A lot of those numbers coming full circle this year and completely turning things around. First pitch to Roy Verdejo as he rips a hack back to the screen.
Sereno has a goal of getting signed by the end of the season and carving out a path for himself that well lead to that result. His last start on July 3rd against the Hoppers was that valiant on 5 minutes notice effort, and we didn't know how long he would go, maybe 1-2 innings, right? No, he pitches 4 innings and doesn't allow a single earned run. Just 1 walk as well.
Now the 0-1. Little pop fly that might just sink in between everybody, and Gassi will have to play it. And now the bases are loaded with no outs here in the 5th. Haven't seen much of anything like this offensively in this game from either team.
Well, you mentioned the first 2 base runners reached here against Sereno. Took me back to the early stages of Lokanen's start when the first 2 batters he faced got to first and second, but then he went on to strike out the next 3. Here, a little more pressure. We saw Sereno kind of slow down a bit, now working out of the stretch. Certainly have to here with bases loaded, nobody out. But as you mentioned, first time we've seen something like this so far today.
Connor Bagneski will now pinch hit for Norberto Navarro here in the 5th. Navarro made a couple plays at second base and will go down 0 for 1 in his USPBL All-Star debut. Changeup that remains high and outside for Sereno. I haven't seen the change much in this 5th inning. Some more action in the East bullpen. Looks like Adrian Cook, flamethrower, tuning up down there. Adrian Guzman, the top of the order, is due up. Caruso on 3rd, McGee on 2nd, and Verdejo on 1st. Error, walk, single so far here in the 5th inning. 2-0, big lifting swing and a miss at the 93-mile-an-hour fastball.
Bagnetsky, a newcomer to the Beavers lineup, native of Wisconsin, went down to Florida for college. Has looked good early.
6 for 10 with a double, 3 stolen bases already as well. Asks for the pine tar here. Bat slipped out of his hands a bit there, I think. So we've seen McGee used, and now Bagneski off the bench. Horner, Keyshawn Lynch, and Austin Shoemaker, the other 2 left. So technically 3 catchers on this West All-Star team. Shoemaker can play some first base. We saw that a lot more last year. I don't think he's played an ounce of first so far this year. So we'll see where they bring in Austin at some point. There's Malik Barrington once again tuning up. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. elevated changeup, it looks like, there for the first out here in the 5th.
There's one down as Sereno tries to carve his way back out of trouble here.
So Carr, Velez, and now Sereno used here in this game. Adrian Cook and Hayden Pierce, the only two other arms available. So they'd like to get a full inning if possible out of Sereno here. Slider outside, 1-0. Fastball is at 93.
Another 2-0 count. We mentioned on last night's broadcast the expected batting average when you examine 1-2 versus 2-1, 2-0 versus 0-2. Big difference.
Looks like Cook is ready to go if need be down there. He's stopped throwing.
Speaking of velocity, Adrian Cook certainly has quite a bit of that.
The 2-1. Just chiseled foul again.
Spoke to Adrian Cook earlier today. He was excited for his family to tune in. Just so neat to watch all of these guys chase their dreams and elevate to an all-star level here. Mentioned Sereno from Puerto Rico, grew up throwing coconuts into the ocean and made the leap of faith to come to Michigan.
2-2, another changeup away. And they knew coming into the USPBL that they would have to shore up some things with the command. It's something he had a bit of trouble with in college as well. Number of hit by pitches that he had to work his way through. And now he strikes out his second straight batter after loading the bases here in the 5th. And Trent Bauer, the number 2 hitter, will try to do some damage.
This should be a competitive match between Bauer and Sereno. Whenever you speak to pitchers around this league and you ask if they love pitching, it's an answer that typically goes back to the one-on-one chess match and the competitive nature within them. If Sereno can find a way to get another out or if he can get a strikeout here, that'll pump him up pretty good.
Broken bat. Curiel feeds to second base, and that will allow Sereno to wiggle out of a jam here in the 5th. That's been the theme of this game so far in this 7-inning contest in the All-Star game. Time for your 5th inning stretch, brought to you by Genesis Credit Union here today. Here we go. Time for another Take Me Out to the Ball game. It's got to be our best, right? It's the All-Star game. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and Cracker Jacks. I don't care if I never get back, for it's root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out at the old ball game. Your Genesis Credit Union stretch here today, 0-0 on the USPBL network.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
Malik Barrington taking over for the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers here today. Throwing to Nick Caruso. Scheduled batters that he will face: Adam De La Cruz, Jordan Finney, Ben McConnell, your Zach Hart Agency, 3 men due up. Looks like Austin Shoemaker has taken over at first base for McFarland. So his first action there since last year. Might have to get the binoculars out to track down any of these other substitutions. So it looks like Bagneski will stay at second base as he pinch hit for Navarro in the last half. Adrian Guzman still at short. Jalen Smith still at third. Bauer still in left. Briggs remains in center. And Roy Verdejo still out in right. So those are your changes. Guys remaining the same. Malik Barrington, the third arm used today for Westside.
And Barrington, you can expect to see the two-seam fastball, four-seamer as well. Change-up, slider, and curve. It'll sprinkle in every now and then. But the two-seam fastball with the sinking action is what he throws the most. Good even pitch distribution, though, so keeps you off balance.
2-0 in for strike one on Adam De La Cruz. Barrington, another guy that likes to work quickly at his best. 2-1. Really nice slider there. 2-2 on Adam. Back to back outside.
De La Cruz is a batter with a good eye. We see a 3-2 count here. High walk rate last season. Relatively low hard contact rate. But he's been really good at third base as well.
92-mile-an-hour fastball. Laid in for strike three as De La Cruz doesn't love the call. Fifth K tonight between Lucan and Hicks and Barrington. Hicks had 3 in his 2-inning outing. Lucan had 3, I beg your pardon. 1 for Hicks and now 1 for Malik. Pours in another fastball to Aberrett for strike one. Felix getting his first at-bat here in the ninth. Oh, 0-1 slider away from him. Quickly 0-2 now. Now the 0-2. Elevated fastball remains high. That fastball this year for Barrington is topped out at 93, average right around 90. Good spin on all his pitches. Even that changeup moves a lot. Can be mistaken for the slider at times. Hoping to get that call near the outside black, but just away. 2-2.
Just going to say, he changes eye levels so well. You can already see it here in this plate appearance for Aberrett multiple times on different planes.
Way away as Caruso looks to block. There's A.J. Coleman. Him and Cole Stanton, the other two left in the bullpen. And with the 6th and 7th innings looming, probably each pitcher will go 1 inning going forward. In there for strike three, back-to-back strikeouts for Barrington, both looking.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Go ahead.
That's a sign of the batter not knowing quite what to expect there. And that pitch right over the heart of the plate, split it in half. Beautifully down the middle.
Another pinch hitter here. It's Jason Aponte. Takes the spot of Ben McConnell, who was 1 for 2 with the single. Big swing and a miss at the 91-mile-an-hour fastball. Glenn Pierce on YouTube says, shout out to Hayden Pierce, whose 22nd birthday is tomorrow on the 11th of July. So early happy birthday to Mr. Pierce. It's drilled in the back of Aponte. As he'll take his base. That's the first hit batter of the year for Malik Barrington. Him and Cole Stanton were the only two Beavers who had yet to hit anyone. Now Frankie Luska looking to do some damage. Anytime you have a base runner on in this game, the Dopper raises. Looking to get something going. Frankie Luska today, a single to walk. Been ahead in the count twice. Not too often where he's probably not ahead in the count 2-3 times a game. Not a shock.
No, rare to see him even down 0-1 here, but full counts are the name of the game for Luxka.
Aponte moving. Decent pitch to throw on. It's a good one down to second base and not in time. Caruso and Bagneski nearly hooking up for that one at second.
We did see a successful pickoff throw earlier today from the East pitching staff.
And Jordan Carr over to Noah Childris. It was a nice look over there.
Yeah, these opportunities have come at a premium tonight, Jeremy. So Sereno wiggled his way out of that jam previous inning. Barrington runner in scoring position here, but 2 outs, 2 strikes, in control in the driver's seat against a guy who has really good understanding of the strike zone in Luxka.
Here's the 0-2. Away. Greg Vaughn Jr., your Zach Hart agency man due up. Drew Galassi would be next. We've already seen Hodo and Aberretz and Aponte come into this game. We don't believe that Lopez Rios is available. He's the last guy listed on the lineup card as a reserve here today for the East squad. Big swing and a miss by Frankie Luska. First time he's been set down here today. And Malik Barrington strikes out the side. Only thing separating him from a 1-2-3 inning was the hit by pitch with 2 outs here in the 5th.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Adrian Cook takes over on the mound here in the 6th inning. So the baton order, Carr, Velez, Sereno, Cook, here in this East-West All-Star game here today. We have not seen a run thus far here in the top of the 6th. Well, Cook has a special message for his family watching at home, so perk up, family.
Whenever you're ready, Adrian.
Happy birthday, Mom. Happy birthday, Ariel. I love
Love you, miss y'all. Feliz cumpleaños. Te veo.
Good stuff.
Awesome. Yeah, his mom, Blanca, and a younger sister, Ariel, both with recent birthdays. Ariel's birthday was on the 8th. And Cook, one of the nicer guys that you'll chat with around the USPBL. Had a blast chatting with him earlier and yesterday. Very personable man on the mound, Adrian Cook.
Trying to shake off what was a pretty rough outing in his last appearance. That was back on the 30th of June. Did not pitch a full inning, allowed 3 hits, 4 runs, all of them earned. 3 walks and no strikeouts. In terms of sheer velocity, this is the best that the league has right now.
Yeah, Jeremy, 8 1/3 out of the bullpen so far. You mentioned the numbers there. The 4-seam fastball is a pitch that can max out at about 96. So that is the high that we've seen so far this year. Average velo is 93, 94. He has a fastball that's above major league average when it comes to velocity.
0-1 slider chiseled off the bat there of Lamar Briggs.
The slider is the second most prominent pitch, about 30% of the time.
A pie in the game and plays right field as he took over for Ben McConnell on a pinch hit at bat. 0-2. Wow, that's a tough pitch to lay off. And it's a tough pitch as well for Adrian Cook as he wanted the call. Now the 1-2 slider.
That's about 18 miles per hour of potential velocity range that we've seen so far. If Cook does hit the 96 mark today, that slider went down to 78. So different speeds, different eye levels to the hitter.
Austin Shoemaker is going to get his first AB of the All-Star game in a moment. He took over defensively for Travis McFarland over at first base. 3-2 now on Lamar Briggs, the center fielder here tonight. Played a lot of third base last year, but has mostly been in center field. His primary position, the outfield. Curiel over to first base, 1 up and 1 down here in the 6th. Breaks a 2 for 2 for Lamar tonight.
Now batting number 14, Austin Shoemaker.
McFarland had a single and a line out before he was lifted. Shoemaker has been the everyday catcher for this Beavers team. Batting just 125, but when you're catching every day, not really expected to produce that much offensively.
Shoemaker perhaps a bit more of a defensive catcher, but strong arm behind the plate. Really gels well with the Beavers pitching staff. Has been catching A.J. Coleman throughout the season, and those two have developed a nice chemistry. Coleman's another pitcher who works quickly. We wonder when we'll see him today.
Still warming up. It's been that way for a couple innings. These starters need a little bit more time than what they're used to coming out of the bullpen here tonight. Most of them starters.
That brings up an interesting point. A.J. Coleman had some bullpen experience in college, and to harken back to media day here, I remember asking him, would you say, because he's had some at-bats as well back in the day, Jeremy, and dating back to his high school days. So I asked him, would you, as Shoemaker draws the walk, would you rather come up with a walk-off hit? Now we're playing 7-inning game today, but bottom of the 9th. Or would you rather come up with a big save And he said that the feeling of coming up with a save, silencing a crowd, going back to his college days, you're in road atmospheres, there's nothing quite like that. Obviously, there are different feelings in baseball that separate one another, but that's a distinctive feeling to silence a crowd with a big save.
That one whistles in for strike one on Keyshawn Lynch. Pinch hitter for Jalen Smith in this spot here. Big jump for Shoemaker. He wants a steal, and he gets it.
Next stolen base was brought to you by Huntington Bank.
60, or make that 85 appearances in college for A.J. Coleman. Just 18 of them starts, 236 innings overall, so quite a few appearances out of the bullpen for A.J.
Still a big Cincinnati Bearcat fan.
0-2. Again, fouled off. Cook stares down Shoemaker for a moment. There's the fastball that straightens up Keyshawn Lynch at 93. Slider popped him up. Cook trying to barrel in and potentially get this one. It's Abarette's sliding, can't quite get to it.
Got underneath that slider there. It was pretty high in the zone when he made contact. Abarette's an athletic catcher behind the plate. Played multiple sports growing up in Northern California. Water polo being one of them. With the Olympics coming up.
That was a fun one to watch. Not a sport that's on TV every day. Runners on second with one out. The 1-2 again. Smothered by Aberrett.
Our sideline reporter Jen and I were having a conversation earlier today about Olympic sports and just wondering, you know, you're flipping through channels while the Olympics going on. It's water polo. It's whatever. It's table tennis, and we're examining how many sports we think we could potentially take part in.
High and in. The fastball at 92 there, and again a 3-ball count for the second AB in a row. The 3-2. Good battle here with Keyshawn Lynch coming cold off the bench. He's like, I thought I had that one. Try it again. Walked. So Shoemaker and Keyshawn Lynch drawing a free pass here. Now Colton Horner will get his first at-bat. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 spots in the order have all been replaced. And that will wrap up the substitutions available to the west side. And we think the east side should be done as well because Juan Lopez Rios was one listed, but still dealing with that hand injury after being hit straight in the hand in the non-public games last week. Uncorks the slider in for strike one. So one more game left on the USPBL slate this week. It will be on Sunday, obviously, 1:05 start. Villains Day here at the ballpark. 0-1, high.
Jeremy, you mentioned earlier in the broadcast just the dynamic between pitcher-hitter adjustments. We've talked throughout the day about maybe how that's a little different when the All-Star game rolls around, because with only 2 inning stints per pitcher, some with just 1 inning stints, then there isn't the same adjustment, there isn't the same gathering of information that you carry over to the next at-bat, because now all of a sudden you're seeing a different arm, a different level of velocity, especially with a guy like Adrian Cook on the mound. Different handedness in some cases.
Two-one, little dribbler. De La Cruz can't get it. Scurries to his left, and now the bases are loaded for the second consecutive inning here for the West squad. Can they squeak out a run here? They had the bases loaded with no outs before Miguel Sereno was able to get a strikeout, and a ground out.
This one's getting interesting now in the latter stages. McGee coming up to bat, and just to continue a final point there, it truly is best on best when it comes to the mindset of a pitcher. I'm going to trust my stuff versus the hitter's ability as well, because you don't really, it's difficult to scout for this game. Sometimes there are scouting reports up in the clubhouse, but some guys will tell you that can make you overthink. Whereas here, you truly do have to just go in and trust your ability with a new pitcher on the mound practically every inning.
A.J. Coleman continuing to warm in the other bullpen. Hayden Pierce has grabbed a glove, at least. So it's Shoemaker on third, Lynch on second, and Horner over on first. Walk, error. First error of the ball game for either team. This one might hang up there with a deep foul territory. Going to run into the bullpen netting down there. Lamar Briggs started this inning, it feels like a long time ago, with a ground out in the 6th inning. A lot of pitches for Adrian Cook. Just hasn't had that same command that we've seen at points this season. The 1-2. Again blocked by Aberrett. Vaughn Jr. in left, Gassi in center, Aponte in right, De La Cruz on third, Curiel at short, Hodo on second, Childis on first, and Aberrett behind the plate. That's the adjusted defense in the last couple innings. 2-2 swing and a miss. Cook strikes out McGee for the second out here in the 6th inning. That was much needed.
Certainly was. Down in the zone that time and able to dispatch a pretty good hitter in McGee. Now he'll face one of the home run derby guys from earlier today, and Roy Verdejo has that smooth stroke to left. But at times so far this season, and Jeremy, he touched on this in our conversation yesterday, has somewhat beat himself. So for Verdejo, it's about swinging at the right pitches and not chasing quite as often. That's how I think you can maybe see the batting average go up and the on-base percentage go up for him moving forward.
2 sliders in a row. Can't pull the string on either. 0-2. Had his teammate Elijah Salaya throw to him in the home run derby. 2 guys that competed against each other in college. Ottawa University versus Masters University. And Verdejo's also a guy that played against Austin Shoemaker and Miguel Sereno in college as well. Sereno also went to Ottawa. Here's the 1-2. Another slider. And he did not get a piece of that. And that will be the game's first run. Trying to speed over to first. And the out is recorded. And that out actually, or that run will actually not count because it was not a force out here in the 6th inning. So we thought maybe we got our first run, but not the case. There's a look at the berm here today. Your Scots spotted on the lawn. Number of people showing up here today. Always a great spot to catch a ball game here at Jimmy John's Field. The finish of this one coming up next on the USPBL Network. Actually, we're going to stay here with you at your Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers mascot race here today. It's a storming start. Petey Pickup trying to come up from behind Corey Vett, going toe-to-toe to the third base back, but it's Cam Arrow who comes out with the victory here today. Your Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers mascot race. Well, you could win $250 plus 4 tickets to the USPBL Championship game in September. Text Chevy Detroit to 555-888. Again, that's Chevy Detroit to 555-888. You can visit ChevyDetroit.com/USPBL for all the official rules on that contest. Jeremy Otto alongside Jason Ross Jr. to bring the call here today. Jenna Rose, the third member of our team. Greg Vaughn Jr., Drew Gassi, Noah Childis. Your Zach Hart Agency, 3 men due up here in the 6th inning. They combined have not had a hit so far here tonight. A pair of strikeouts, a pair of lineouts, a pop-out, and a pop-out for those 3 batters here today. And they will face A.J. Coleman as he takes over from Malik Barrington in the 6th inning.
A.J. Coleman, the tallest pitcher in the USPBL at 6'8", some may say 6'9", and has been so neat to get to know on a personal basis, but also watching him pitch. A little different scenario here, watching him come out of the back end of the bullpen versus the starting role that he has been in throughout the course of the season. A true leader as well for this Beavers team. More often than not, when his fellow pitchers are in a little trouble, he'll be the one coming out of the dugout to chat with them, which is pretty neat. And we noted his days in Cincinnati where Jeremy talked about he had quite a few appearances out of the bullpen, so this is not new territory for him. Just a little different than what we're accustomed to.
Has not had any bullpen appearances this year in the USPBL. Just want to double check. I don't think he came out of the pen last year. Let's see. Once, it looks like. So 13 games in total, 12 starts last year. 3.68 ERA before things were said and done. 0-2 on Greg Vaughn Jr. He struck out and lined out so far tonight. Robbed a home run defensively and left as well. Fastball high at 88. Five home runs in the first round, 12 home runs in the second round, and 10 in round 3 to capture the Home Run Derby title. Strikes out for the second time today.
Well, the pitcher who started this game for Eastside, Jordan Carr, his arsenal somewhat reminds me of A.J. Coleman's arsenal, which has the two-seam fastball with sinking action, can elevate it as well, but curveball and changeup that are very key on his breaking pitches. The curveball in particular has been super impressive. He can draw a ground ball out to the best of them.
First pitch to Drew Gassi off the plate outside. Now the 1-0. Fastball at 89 away.
We've talked about matchups throughout the course of the evening. This is a fun one here in Drew Gassi, who leads the USPBL in homers with 8, going up against one of the better starters in the league in A.J. Coleman.
Here's the 2-1 off the glove of Colton Horner there.
Coleman told me last week that his favorite part about baseball in general and pitching in particular is the fact that it's a team game, but there are individual matchups, and he really relishes in those individual matchups. This is a pretty good one.
3-1 on the ground. Bagneski, couple hops, took a skip, and over at first, Gassi able to make it safely there. For the first time here tonight, has been scuffling a bit when he is stretched back to yesterday, as Bagneski describes what may have happened at the end of that play there.
Just a bit of a bobble, never really handled it, and the second effort may have been looking up to first base while he was still trying to get a hold of it. Never got things quite settled down there. Coleman is a ground ball pitcher, so your infield certainly has to be ready. Bagneski knows that, playing on the same team with him.
Fastball outside at 88. John Hodo, your Zach Hart agency man on deck here in the 6th inning. He'll get his first AB. On the ground up the middle. Wow, what a flip over to first base. Can't quite scoop it for Shoemaker.
Nearly a very pretty double play, but couldn't quite put the finishing touches on it. Lead runner goes down, but that was wonderfully cut off by the shortstop, Guzman there, showcasing why he is an all-star at that position, ranging to his left.
Just take those plays for granted, how good Guzman has been in his second trip to the USPBL, picked up by the Minnesota Twins after playing for the Utica Unicorns and Jim Essien. Now playing for a fellow former Twins farmhand and Taylor Jellikowski, who's co-managing this year with John Dombrowski. Here's a 2-0 to Hodo. Chopped foul. So 2018, the year for Guzman in the USPBL. Played in 45 games. Played for the Gulf Coast League Twins in 19. Then was a COVID casualty in 2020. 2-1 on the ground left side. Here he is again. Scooping it up. Making things look routine that just aren't. Adrian Guzman recording 2 of the 3 outs in the 6th inning. Still scoreless here on the USPBL network.
Attention Michigan, there is absolutely no need to drive all over town searching for new flooring. When the Carpet Guys will come to your house on your schedule, we'll bring our store to your door so you can shop in the comfort and privacy of your own home. And you'll love our huge selection. Buy right now with interest-free financing for up to 4 years. You can carpet your entire home for as little as $11.99 per month. Let the Carpet Guys take the stress out of buying new flooring. Call for a free in-house shopping experience today.
Be wise, call the Carpet Guys at 855 for my guys.
Times are tough right now. It feels like the bottom of the 9th and we're down by 2. But we've seen tough times before. And just like baseball has always been more than just a game, Chief Financial Credit Union is more than money. So it might be the bottom of the 9th, but we're the home team, and we've got runners on base. Batter up, America. It's time to play ball.
Well, for the past 35 years, Bell's Brewery has been inspired to brew beers that you can count on. Just not taste, but quality. From Two Hearted Ale to Oberon to New Classics official Hazy IPA or the easy drinking Golden Ale. Bell's has brewed inspired beers since 1985. Bell's Brewery, Comstock, Michigan. Please drink responsibly. Sweet Caroline here at the ballpark as we'll have another pitching change for the east side. Hayden Pierce is going to be the last arm available and used here tonight. And if you're wondering, the bottom of the 7th inning will be played out. I guess it would be anyway because it's still scoreless. But regardless of what was happening in this game, that was going to be the case here tonight. Just because it is an all-star game and wanting to get that one additional arm on the other side, which is Cole Stanton, currently warming.
Yeah, for Hayden Pierce, you can expect to see the four-seam fastball, curveball, two-seam slider changeup mix. Four-seam fastball being the most prominent of the 5-pitch mix. Curveball, we talked about that pitch quite a bit today and how effective it has been for several of these guys and the trouble, perversely, that hitters have had against breaking balls in general. Bagnetsky will step up to the plate here. Final shot for both sides.
We saw Hayden Pierce throw yesterday. 1 inning, clean inning. No walks, 1 strikeout, no hits. He'll face Connor Bagnetsky, Adrian Guzman, and Trent Bauer. The 1-0. Popped it foul. Well, it's been a 0-0 game, but it hasn't been your cleanest 0-0 game. Number of walks, especially on the side of the East pitching.
Yeah, we've seen now multiple bases loaded scenarios for this East Side team. First came with Miguel Sereno back in the 4th. Then Hayden Pierce's teammate Ty Tracy navigated out of a bases loaded scenario of his own. The West Side might be kicking themselves at the end of the night if they don't come out on top here, because you're definitely looking back to, especially the Sereno scenario. Nobody was out, but showcased, Sereno did, the poise that we've seen from him all season long. No matter the scenario, no matter the lack of comfort, just kind of beyond his years in multiple ways. And I think that showcased on the mound today for Sereno, that has set up this point. And then on the flip side of that, the West Side pitching, marvelous, obviously. Zeros on the board for both sides, but you think back to Lokinen allowing the first 2 base runners to reach, rarity there. After that, they settled right in and set up his teammate Jackson Hicks, which is streamed into what is, again, still a game with donuts on the board.
I could use one of those.
A donut?
Yeah, just to give a little spike of energy here.
That would be nice.
At the end of a long baseball day.
You have a favorite kind of donut?
As I say that, I don't eat donuts a lot. I do like sweets. I mean,
Yes.
I like chocolate and peanut butter, that combination together.
I don't eat donuts too often either, but I would love to. And I was in Dunkin' Donuts yesterday, and I held myself back. Just went with the iced coffee, nothing else.
Adrian Guzman, the top of the order here today, 0 for 3. Couple of strikeouts and a ground out thus far. There's the slider that's lifted foul. Slider used 13% of the time for Hayden Pierce. even in the innings where this was early on for Jordan Carr, where he faced the minimum, there was still traffic on the base paths. There's been at least one base runner in each inning for the West All-Stars. Just 1-1-2-3 inning for the East All-Stars offensively. That was in the second. Otherwise, they've kind of mirrored what the West has done. No runs off 5 hits and 1 error for the West. No runs off 3 hits and 1 error for the East thus far. Strike 2. Trent Bauer would be next, and then it would be Lamar Briggs if they can keep this going. One-two line drive. Gassi over and then over a bit more to make that catch. Quite a few games gone final already in Major League Baseball. Atlanta has defeated Miami 5-4. The Phillies all over Boston 11-2. Pittsburgh with the 6-2 win over the Mets. Oakland defeating Texas 8-4. San Francisco, boy, they've been a story in the first half of the season. Nobody really expecting them to do much, and have been one of the best teams record-wise in the big leagues all season long. They win over Washington tonight 10-4. The hometown Tigers with a 9-4 loss to the Twins. They've lost the first 3 games of that series. Tampa Bay defeating Toronto 5-2. Number of other games in progress. Cleveland all over Kansas City 13-6. The Mets over Pittsburgh 3-1. That's in the bottom of the 4th. St. Louis with a 4-0 lead over the Chicago Cubs in the top of the 5th. And the Yankees with a slim lead over the Astros 1-0.
Matt Schneider proudly pumps his fists. The opposite side of our booth is Yankees. Good pitching in the Bay Area so far, as you mentioned. And Jeremy, how about the home run derby on the MLB level being played at Coors Field, where balls tend to really leave the yard?
That's a fun venue to watch.
Yeah. Games there, you need to strap in because you might be sitting around for quite a while, but it's entertaining.
Running, jumping start for Bagneski here, trying to swipe the bag, and he does with ease. That ball will scurry its way into center field. That's so great news for the Braves. Ronald Acuna Jr. slammed into the wall trying to make an athletic catch in right field here today and had to be helped off. Carted off, in fact. Kind of holding his shoulder, it looks like, the training staff.
That's certainly an all-star caliber player. It's tough to see him go down in that way.
Runner on second with 1 out and a 1-1 count here on the number 2 hitter for the West team. Slider in for strike 2. There's a headline on MLB.com that says, "Choking fan saved by pitcher's doctor's dad."
Interesting headline.
That's quite the lineage there. Outside 2-2. Interesting.
I think that takes headline of the day.
Says Dr. Willie Ross, the father of Nationals pitcher Joe Ross, saved the life of a fan midway through Saturday's 10-4 San Francisco win over Washington at Oracle Park, performing the Heimlich maneuver to dislodge 3 pieces of hot dog. How about that? 2-2, again chopped foul. Ross, whose wife, Jean Ross, is a pediatric ER nurse, saw that the fan was having difficulty during the middle of the game. The fan who was a nurse for 53 years at the medical center in Oakland gestured to Ross that she was all right. When Ross came over, however, the fan couldn't talk. There you go. There's a video of it, too. That article by Justice de los Santos on MLB.com. It's Trent Bauer calls time.
We've seen Bauer in multiple spots throughout the West Side lineup this season. When you speak to people, they say he kind of has a perfect body type for left field and good pre-pitch movement in the outfield as well. Home run power in this bat. Just trying to unlock it on a more consistent basis. Big spot here.
Fastball. Didn't agree with the call for strike 3. Six strikeouts tonight between Carr, Velez, Sereno, Cook, and Pierce. All the available arms being used. And now Lamar Briggs will be the last shot for a possible run here in the 7th inning. I'm not sure that we would see extras here today. I guess Hayden Pierce maybe could go a 2nd inning. Cole Stanton. The other arm available. You'd think he'd be put in right away just to make sure he does make an appearance in this game in the bottom of the 7th inning. Stanton hasn't pitched since the 2nd of July. So he could possibly go 2, I guess, as well, but not exactly sure what their plans are if this thing were to be tied at the end of regulation. And it sounds like maybe just 7 and that's it. We have been proven wrong in the past, but that's what we had whispered in our ear.
Important pitch here given the scenario, and as you mentioned, only 7 innings, 1-2 versus 2-1 count. Briggs, such a professional hitter, able to take a pitch there. So now a 2-1 count, and someone who is not going to go down easily, has already made some solid contact up the middle today. Big power to left field, but can really utilize center field, right field as well. Don't necessarily need the home run swing here. Even if he gets on base and moves the runner over to 3rd, still an equally dangerous scenario.
Breaking ball in for strike 2. Briggs backing up and out. Single in the 1st, single in the 4th, and a ground out to the shortstop in the 6th inning. Everybody in the infield and the outfield playing him straight up with 2 outs and back-to-back punch-outs looking for Bauer and Briggs, 2 and 3 in the lineup here tonight. We go to the bottom of the 7th, still tied at goose eggs.
Whenever my family wants to enjoy the great outdoors, we pack up my Chevy Blazer and go camping in style. It looks great, and with the cargo management system, we can bring all the comforts of home away from home. Plus, with available 4G LTE Wi-Fi, the kids can still stay connected with friends. Thanks to my Blazer, roughing it isn't rough at all.
Lease a 2021 Blazer 2 LT for just $219 a month. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Cole Stanton takes over for the first time on the mound since July 2nd of last week. 4-seam fastball, slider, curveball. checks into play today with still a 0 ERA. 12 1/3 innings on the mound. He has allowed 3 runs, all of them unearned, 3 walks to 13 strikeouts. He will face the bottom of the order for the East squad. Donovan Curiel, Adam De La Cruz, Felix Abarrett. Bottom of the order today is a combined 0 for 6 with 3 Ks.
4-seam fastball, slider, curveball mix for Cole Stanton. Will be the final pitcher we see today. Fastball touches about 90 miles per hour. Won't necessarily blow you away on a consistent basis. Slider about 80, and then the curveball as well. Primarily 4-seam and slider mix.
Johnny G kind of confirms what we were thinking. Public address announcer here saying this will be the last half inning of play regardless. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning with the pitchers all expounded now. So again, a reminder to tune in tomorrow. It's the last game of what's been a shorter week. We'll play here in the USPBL. 3 games in total with the Home Run Derby mixed into that as well. It's the Westside Woolly Mammoths and the Birmingham Bloomfield Beavers. And who would have thought, we'd be talking about chilly weather. It just feels like chilly weather, I guess, because we were dealing with 80 to 90 degrees, mostly high 80s for a good 2-3 weeks in a row, but things have cooled off here tonight. Game started just after 7:10, I believe, was first pitch. We were right around 75 degrees. What are we at now?
Well, I was examining tomorrow. Right now we're at about 61, Jeremy, but perhaps a little rain during the day and night. We'll see if we can remain in the Utica bubble and fend that off.
Line drive to the gap in left center field. Briggs is over and speeding for the first out. So Villains Day tomorrow, presented by Fairy Tale Entertainment, as the Mammoths and the Beavers take on each other. We'll have 4 games on the docket for you next week, starting Thursday the 15th. We'd love to see you out at the ballpark here soon. USPBL.com for tickets. You can pick them up at the box office before the game as well. Games becoming more and more packed, though, so that becomes a little bit more treacherous whether you're going to get in or not. But rarely is there a complete sellout because of all the opportunities to seat people, whether it's the berm, the drink rails, the patio seating, the suites. This one in for strike 1. Here's the 1-1 from Stanton. Pumped back to the screen. So Coleman, Hicks, Barrington, Stanton, and Lokinen. All 5 of those arms used here tonight. Representing the West All-Stars. Whiff and a miss. Elevated the fastball at 93 and got De La Cruz swinging.
Quickly 2 down here. De La Cruz, a guy who really gives you a professional at bat every time. So that's a big swinging K there. Brings up Abarrett, athletic catcher behind the plate, hoping to provide some offense here and spark a 2-out rally. But these pitchers have, especially with 2 outs, even when there's been traffic, have limited the damage.
Slider away for ball 1. Here's the 1-0 now. checked his swing, but he didn't matter, as I believe that was just a called strike in the end. Here's the 1-1. Pumped in for strike 2. Line-out strikeout to begin this inning against Cole Stanton. Looking to retire the bottom of the order in order. To polish off what's been an exciting day all the way around of baseball. Home Run Derby first, starting at 5:30 here today. All-Star game following. Greg Vaughn Jr. winning the Home Run Derby with 10. And the championship round, the third round here in the USPBL. Evens the count at 2-2. This spot in the lineup has struck out twice. Finney with one at-bat, struck out looking in the third. Aberrett with his first at-bat in the fifth. He also struck out looking. The 3-2. And a walk to Felix.
Well, it's something on the base paths, which hasn't been the story throughout the course of this evening, especially against the West Division pitchers. Brings up Jason Aponte, who's hoping to capitalize here. Again, this West Division has really limited the two-out damage overall. East pitching staff dealt with a couple of bases-loaded situations.
Ball one high to Jason Aponte. Aponte, one of the substitutions. Has played nearly every game in center field this year for the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. What has taken over for Ben McConnell in this game in right field. McConnell got a couple at-bats in the first and third as well. A single and a line-out. Tight lead for Aberrett over at first with 2 outs and a tie game. Looking to lift and separate is Jason Aponte.
Big swing there. Aponte told me a couple of weeks ago he wanted to try to clean things up, meaning needing to swing at better pitches in the zone. Tries to put hard barrels on the ball, stays a little smoother, trying to stay in his legs.
Two-one, tipped in and out of the glove that time. Colton Horner, him and Nick Caruso sharing time at the catching spot here tonight.
Don't forget, we'll still have our Auto Lab post-game show coming up with Jenna Rose. Jeremy, I'd imagine we have a pitcher today to be interviewed.
That would make sense, right?
It might. Yeah.
It's been the day of the pitcher for the most part. I don't think we've had an extra base hit, have we? 2-2. Curved low and in. And that's affirmative. No extra base hits. Quite a few walks, probably as you add them all together, nearly double digits for these two teams, but also a decent amount of strikeouts and a lot of pitching changes. That's what happens in an all-star game. Runner moving, 3-2, swing and a miss. Cole Stanton puts this one in the books. And we end 0-0 as we are literally out of pitching on both sides here today. Lokinen, Hicks, Barrington, Coleman, Stanton go for the West squad here today. Carr, Velez, Sereno, Cook, and Pierce on the other end for the East squad. Auto Lab postgame show coming up next. We'll name our Rochester University player of the game. Jenna Rose will have an interview with them.
the diamond hoppers, ain't too many of the teams can defeat us. You on the sideline, warming up the benches. Need a lesson, I can show you, I can teach ya. You see a diamond hopper fan, point 'em out, ayy. Fly ball, catch a frog, walk it out, ayy. Every time we score, I'm throwing up my diamond. Both hands in the air, same timing, let's rock. Diamond hoppers, Eastside diamond hoppers. Diamond hoppers, we the Eastside diamond hoppers. Diamond hoppers, Eastside diamond hoppers. Diamond hoppers, we the Eastside diamond hoppers. Diamond hoppers, diamond hoppers, we the diamond hoppers. Diamond hoppers, diamond hoppers. Diamond hoppers, we the Eastside diamond hoppers.
If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together, divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare, cause we unicorns. Illuminate the dark with my uniform. Every time you see me stand up and salute me, it ain't no competition, not even from you. If I hit a home run, then you know what's going out of the park. Yeah, bases loaded, we ain't letting up. Scoring back to back, you can count it up. United we stand together, divided we fall. Ain't no turning back, we done came too far to turn around and have a seat now. We don't compare, cause we unicorns. Illuminate the dark with my uniform. Every time you see me stand up and salute me, it ain't no competition, not even from you.
We are now joined by East All-Star Miguel Sereno, who is our Auto Lab player of the game. It's a bit of a heartbreaker, you know, tied at nothing apiece. I mean, how much do you wish that the game could have gone on?
I mean, a lot. You know, we wanted to play, keep going. We love baseball, and it's a great day to be out here. So it's sad, but, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah, it's definitely a special time of the year when it rolls around for the All-Star game. You know, the last time I had you here, Miguel, it was a starkly different situation. You only had 5 minutes to warm up, and you had a great outing that day. But talk about how much more appreciative you are of having the time to warm up in the bullpen here today.
Well, it felt amazing, you know, just knowing that I have more time to prepare. I was messing around a little bit today, you know, kind of just All-Star game. But, yeah, it felt way better, and I appreciate the time that I have to get ready for the game.
Right, you had to come in, relax, and you certainly stayed calm and collected on the mound. There were no outs, bases loaded, and you worked your way out of a jam. What was going through your mind during that scenario?
I was trying to throw the hardest I ever thrown, you know, like I told you earlier, and I got in my head, I got caught up. But after that, I was, you know what, let's get out of here, let's go. And so I attacked, and I got out of the way.
The velocity was definitely there, but specifically looking at your arsenal, what pitches were working? Just everything, throwing everything you got?
Today, it was a crazy day again. Like it was, I don't know why, but nothing was working today. I managed to get my changeup going at some point, and it was about time, you know. So I got it, and I got out, and let's go.
And, you know, just looking at your perspective as a pitcher, you're going up against some of the best bats in the league. What was it like for you preparing for this moment?
I mean, I always go back and watch the games, you know, so I did a lot of watching this early before the game, just watching every hitter and just taking notes, and I got it, you know, so that was my preparation for the day.
You know, and I'm so curious, were you confused seeing both uniforms out on the field today pitching?
I'm not going to lie, it was weird. I was like, wow, I'm not used to this, but I kind of like it, you know, the best of the best competing against each other. That's the best way to get better, so. It was confusing, but I enjoyed it.
So then how was the team chemistry joining up with another team for this event?
It was fun, you know. It was different, you know. We're used to seeing just purple uniforms and whites, and now it was like seeing hoppers. Like we played them yesterday, so there's no like, it's all friendship, you know. It's not like anything against each other. So it was different, but again, it felt pretty good.
And lastly, what does it mean to you to be a part of this All-Star game today?
This all goes to my grandma, rest in peace. She passed away last month, so it means a lot. You know, it's been my second All-Star game that I ever been, and just being as a professional player in an All-Star means a lot to me.
Well, I'm sorry for your loss, Miguel, but way to work out of that jam earlier today and be a part of this All-Star team.
Of course, thank you.
All right, well, thank you for joining us on the USPBL broadcast for the East versus West All-Star game. We'll see you next time.